So what we do is work with these students. Number one, create awareness on the services that the university provides to support such students, while at the same time also empower.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
Everybody, whether you are a chaplain or a counselor or a peer mentor or an alumni who is assisting in this mentorship program, we want to walk this journey. The ultimate is to produce our holistic students. There's a proverb says in the African that it takes a village to raise a child, and that village is consisting of the teacher in classroom, the dean of students here, the counselor, the peer mentor, the alumni, the industry, the employer, all of them. We are all working as a team to ensure that the students are attended to in a very clear way, such that their life matters to us, and not life in classroom but also life outside the classroom.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
And for those who are physically at the university, for any information, please visit the Dean of Students office, main campus, and the Assistant Dean of Students offices in the faculties. Thank you so much.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free.
In as much as students are enjoying themselves, they should enjoy themselves with limits. They should not overdo it, because too much of something becomes harmful to one's health in one way or another. So we are advising them to do such enjoyment moderately. When they are free, they choose something that can bring positive impact into their lives, maybe like sporting activities, and minimize a lot of maybe nightclubs and social gatherings at night. We need to be very careful when we are engaging ourselves in various activities at the university.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policy. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week.
morning, everyone. Good morning. We are starting shortly. The guest of honor has arrived. They are coming down now. So maybe the choir, if you can be on standby. And all of us, those who are still outside, if you can come in, that would be great. Thank you.
Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Check 1. Check 1 2. Check mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Just come.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to the official opening of Nairobi Innovation Week. And before we continue, I would request the choir to read us with the national anthem, East Africa anthem, and University of Nairobi anthem. To you, the choir, and let us be upstanding.
Amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Ee Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na shines bright, and the children shall drink from the fountain of knowledge. Knowledge shall surely set them free. Knowledge shall surely set them free.
So thank you, choir. We can now be seated. Thank you very much. I would like now to welcome Reverend Nitai to lead us with our word of prayer. Reverend.
Let us pray. Lord God, our Father, the creator of heaven and earth, in whose presence we are gathered this morning with hearts full of gratitude to you for blessing us with health and strength and opportunity, an opportunity to celebrate together as we participate in the Nairobi Innovation Week. A moment we look back to the different gifts that you've given to us, the ability to innovate, and even to inspire the generation for today and the future. That we can use the gifts that you've given to us to build up this great nation and the world at large. We thank you for University of Nairobi leadership. We thank you for the friends and stakeholders. We thank you for the invited guests. That you are all going to participate together this week as we share knowledge, as we inspire one another to participate in the great nation building of this great nation of Kenya. We commit ourselves to you, dear Lord, that you'd bless us as we begin this journey this day, and will culminate on Thursday as we bring this to a conclusion. We pray for your divine blessings. Blessings in all the participants and blessings in the entire University of Nairobi community as we participate together for your honor and glory. So begin with us, and to the end of it we'll give thanks for this humble prayer with thanksgiving through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen.
So thank you, Reverend, for reading us with a word of prayer. I would also like to welcome choir again to read us with another round of entertainment. Choir. And after that, we'll have the theater of Absurd. They can lead us with a spoken word entertainment. The representative of the Theatre of Absurd, please. Yes, please, just quickly. You can go ahead. Let's appreciate them as they prepare to entertain us. Thank you very much. Yeah, fantastic. I think the mics are good. And I want to appreciate this. These are our students from Faculty of Law. Karibuni. Let's appreciate them and see the talents. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Kotawa, and I went to Alliance. Rongo branch.
Hello, good morning. My name is T.D. Dira, and I went to Linga Boys main campus.
So this is a lecture to my
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze the movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year, the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact.
Tinder says so. So, what do you say to me? Go out on a date and dance the night away? The city is full of life, full of light. In the darkness of midnight, you won't notice it's 1 in the morning. To that future wife of mine, you'll be coming as replacement, a substitute. So take note of the following 9. You have to know Betty Chalo or where her salon is. Better yet, you should be friends with Lillian's hairdresser or wear that Indian Brazilian hair. 8. Makeup will make you different every time, so you better invest in it. 7. You better know WhatsApp and Instagram businesses. That is where the money is. A lot of it, in fact. Plus, I don't like paying tax. It's too much at time, especially that time when the profits are high. That's why we need a place to hide. So 6, figure out a way to have a silent bank account. I'm sure is a good shout. 5 kids will be enough, but if you want, we can have more, or 4, we don't have to be in love. 3, we can hire a maid to take our place. That's an innovative way of parenting, right? So 2, have some advice for the kids. I'm not the only one who knows everything about the world. Speaking of kids, 1, to those future kids of mine. I don't know how many you'll be, maybe 1, maybe 4, perhaps 20, who knows? That's not important. Of importance will be those messages starting with confirmed, you have received. And perhaps the Netflix and Wi-Fi password. So smile when M-Pesa texts you. Maybe by that time the currency will not be cash but crypto. Anyway, the most important thing is that you should know how the world is trending and conform. So dear future kids, if you are of a different gender than mine, and what your mama gave you isn't enough for the standards of the world at that time, I know a doctor who can get you sorted. If your boy is a boy, call me for only funds. You get? You understand? What do you say, son?
Hi, Dad.
Past dad.
Future Dad. Or whatever you are now. I want to detoxify. Split between following the masses and strictly attending my classes. I am deeply immersed in a sea of confusion. My mind sanity has been called by the fusion of what the media.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze the movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by.
And when he comes back, how I wish I was from with him. His touch screen as well as lose touch. It takes selfies in a selfish way for us, and he's engrossed and crossed on the net like a helpless fly, and that makes him think he is fly daddy. That's a lie. I will continue with Auntie the maid. She made me and my sister. She introduced us into the social sites. The social sites are socialites who think themselves as our social lives. These social lives tell us social lies every time we socialize them. They have convinced our girls into wearing clothes so tight, doing things not right, like applying color light for them to be liked, right?
main reason I want to testify is because Sylvie was told that the best things in life never come for free. And that's why the teaching she got from Auntie came with a prize. What started with a smile on a chair, ended up with tears in a maternity bed. As she tried raising from her scratches, life was like a DJ spin her like CD. Her life was like a drug because she was abused. Her heart was like a pot because it was broken. Now me and Sylvie and Auntie, but I and Sylvie the ones who followed Auntie's teachings. As I detoxify right now, I feel I'm pregnant in the head. These memories are heavy. The memories of those who think having a sponsor is an honor. Those who follow Bill Gates on Twitter, they have been followed by Bills on Gates. Those spend eternity on Facebook, and they cannot even face a book. So Dad, I know the question is right, but allow me to pick only what is right for me.
Thank you very much.
So another round of applause for our young talents. So thank you very much. I want to say my name is Professor Mary Keynote. I'll be your Masters of Ceremony during these events. And I want once again to welcome you warmly to the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week. We are here to catalyze the movement of innovation and entrepreneurship at the University of Nairobi, as well as Kenya and the region. You are at the right place, that is the University of Nairobi, and karibuni, karibuni sana. Clap for yourself for being here. Thank you. You are joining these movements because, as we know, one of the challenges that we have in Kenya and sub-Saharan Africa, we have young, the population of the youth is very, very high. And I usually tell a story. What I enjoy now was created by those who went before me. We are gathered here, physically and online, to answer the question, as the generation now, what will we create for our future generations? That when we will stand here where I'm standing now, they can say that whatever they enjoy was created by the generation that went before them. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to join this movement. We have all the responsibility to create a future for our children and the future generation, that they will tell the story, like I'm telling here, the story of my mother, the story of my father, the story of the generation, all those, the society that supported me to be where I am today. Tomorrow, they'll be talking about our stories, how we created a future for them. So let's clap for ourselves as we join this movement to create opportunities for the generation now and the future generation. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the Associate Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation and Enterprise, to give her welcome remarks and tell us more about Nairobi Innovation Week. Professor Hutchinson, welcome. Let's appreciate us to come.
Thank you very much, Professor Keynote. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, Professor Stephen Kiama, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, Professor Julia Zogengo, our Chief Operations Officer, Brian Ouma, our chief guest, the CEO of Safaricom, Peter Negwa, members of UEB, members of Senate, our staff and students, our partners, our innovators, our government, who is represented by the PS Charles Sunkuli, welcome very much. Tony Omwansa, CEO of Kenya, our friend Dr. Bimal Kantaria, the CEO of Elcon Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome to the Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. As Professor Keynote said, this is our 6th Nairobi Innovation Week event. And as the theater of the absurd were speaking, I was actually tempted to remember that some in this room today are over 60 years old, and we remember how we used to queue by a telephone booth to make phone calls or to ask for reverse calls. And then swift forward now to where the mobile phone has everything for communication. They are even sharing communication within the house, and I think many of you have seen in Twitter or even on WhatsApp over family gathering where everybody is laughing at their own messages and not having a fellowship with one another. So as we say, innovations indeed are important for the advancement of society, and it's as old as mankind. And so when we look at innovation as we come to 2022, we are holding this after a 2-year hiatus because of the COVID-19 pandemic that took the entire world by storm and changed everything that now we talk about the new normal. And therefore, even during that period, we will be sharing with you some of the innovations that we did as a country to deal with the issues of COVID-19 pandemic, its disease, the vaccines, and even the apartheid of the vaccine distribution globally. So as we come to Kenya and also Africa at large, we realize that we must innovate if we are going to be relevant to a very highly competitive, highly changing, ever-changing world. And therefore, innovations is the thread that makes mankind to be relevant for the generation in which they live. So it has been an honor for the University of Nairobi, and this year to partner with Safaricom to launch the 6th Nairobi Innovation Week, and really to see our contribution as a university contributing to the innovation ecosystem from its conception in 2015 to now 2022, 7 years down the line, indeed 7 years, the perfect number of God. So the University of Nairobi desires to make this forum a place where every citizen, every Kenyan, every person can connect, network, promote their work, learn, inspire, and grow. So this year, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great opportunity to investigate the relationship between innovation and the Kenyan Big Four agenda. We have witnessed amazing enthusiasm. We actually got so many contributions or intentions to display their innovations. And it was amazing to see how Kenyans, both young and old, have innovated around the Big Four agenda: food security, affordable housing, manufacturing, and that's to say a few. So we are deeply honored today to say we are giving you a menu, we are giving you a big bouquet, where we have a summary of about 30 exhibitors and innovators. I'm saying about because last night we got one of our partner universities with 7 that we have not seen, and they are here today to display their innovations. So congratulations to the 40. We will also have 45 speakers, and I want to celebrate 22 sponsors and partners who have joined us this year. When we started, we didn't know how big it was going to be, but we want to say thank you. We're continually indebted to those who stepped forward to support us in this endeavor. In the program that will run 3 days, just give you a glimpse of what we are going to have. So today, we will have the opening ceremony, but in the afternoon, we will have master classes running, and we want to invite every student, every staff, every innovator, every goodwill, every Kenyan of goodwill to come and look at the presentation, the pitching, and the employability in the digital space as provided. On the second day tomorrow, we will now have the problem-based learning and the Innovation and Startup Summit. This is critical because after we have the research outputs, the so what question then comes. We talk about commercializing the intangible assets, and therefore we are going to inquire how we can move on the pathway to commercialization. And then we will have an eagle's nest. As you know, the eagles fly above the clouds of challenges. And so we are going to have our eagle's nest number 1, where we are going to have the innovators pitching, and we will do judging too. And then in the afternoon, we will have the Summit for Innovation for African Universities, and showing their innovations across the continent. So this is going to be an African and also a global event, and you are welcome. On the last day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a seminar on intellectual properties, because those who thought that the brains of a scientist, of a social scientist of no value, will be surprised, because we are going to have a seminar on intellectual property and innovation and commercialization as we come to the climax of our presentation. We will then also have our Eagle's Nest number 2, and also running what we call the hackathon. And I will leave the Safaricom team to tell us how we are going to run that amazing thing, because out of all the judging and the pitching and the innovation and the showcases, we are going to have a closing ceremony where we are going to celebrate the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very warm welcome. And if you look at what we desired as university, that we are going to make this a student-centered event. And therefore, I am pleased to inform you that we are going to have a conversation, a talk from the chair of UNSA, the University of Nairobi Student Affairs, Her Excellency Melvin Thogo. So I will invite
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, the 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we...
Our chief guest today, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Melvin Thogo, and I'm the chairperson, University of Nairobi Student Association. It gives me pleasure today to stand before you, great minds, both physically and virtually, to give this little remark. I want to appreciate everyone who's come here today, because this is a great deal. And I want to appreciate all the organizers today for a student-centered activity. We students are the generation, we are the present, and we are the future. And everybody who's watching virtually, and even here today, if you're 60 and above, or if you're 50, if you're 40, you're sitting and you're watching this event because of the innovations that were created before. And today, as I stand here, I want to encourage our students that may we take the opportunities presented before us, may we take this day to create all the bonds that we can, to create partnerships and to network, because we need to create for tomorrow. We need to adapt to change, and the world is changing, and as it changes, we need to innovate and to create crops that can actually survive in harsh conditions. We do not know what life holds for tomorrow. We do not know what might come tomorrow. Is it another pandemic? And as we innovate, as we develop new ideas, we need to have this in mind. I also would like to dedicate this to our third Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, who today has rested, His Excellency, the former President, Mwai Kibaki. I hope that this day will honor him well. I would like to encourage our partners today that may you form the partners and may you network with the students for you to be able to help us in our different innovations. Thank you very much, and you're very much welcome.
Thank you very much, Melvin, for a great presentation. At this juncture, I want us to have a 1-minute silence in remembrance of our former Chancellor who has rested, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. If you can stand just for a minute of silence to respect him for what he did for the university. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Distinguished delegates, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite our Vice Chancellor, Professor Stephen Kiama-Kitahe, to make his remarks, give you the official welcome, and then invite our chief guest to make his keynote address and to open the 3-day Nairobi Innovation Week 2022. Bwana Vice Chancellor, karibu sana. Please clap for him as he comes.
Good morning, everyone. So we are happy to gather here this morning for the Nairobi Innovation Week as a university. I want to acknowledge our chief guest, Peter Dewa, who is the CEO of Safaricom, Kenya, and also our key partner and supporter, that is Honorable Charles Sukuli, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department of Youth Affairs. We are glad that you're here. I want to acknowledge Bakantaya, the CEO of Elon Kenya. We are doing many things with you. Happy that you are here with us. I want to acknowledge Tony Omanza, the Kenya Innovation Agency. I want to acknowledge Melvin Thogo, the chairperson of the Students Association, Kato. I want to acknowledge all members of the University Executive Board, as well as all members of the Senate, our partners, all our students and the staff who are here this morning. This is a great day for us, as I said from the beginning, because the University of Nairobi has done a lot in contribution to the development of this country. And sometimes not everybody knows what exactly we have done. I think we are, maybe people will say we have had graduates, many graduates. That means we have given access to education to many of our Kenyan population and outside this country. But we have done much more than this. Recently, the university chief guest reorganized our governance structure. And one of the things we did was to put the deans of faculties at the center of our operations. Because the university is about teaching, running, and research. And we have reorganized into health sciences, into business and management science, into science and technology, into arts and social sciences, into faith, medicine, into agriculture, into education, into law, into architecture and design, and into engineering. And as we reflect how we operate as a university, you know, the University of Nairobi is a member of Association of Research Intensive Universities, what we call ARUA. There are just a few of us in Africa. Although Kenya here we have like 36 universities, I think membership in ARUA, Professor Hutchinson, I think probably we are the only one from Kenya. So that is where we play as research intensive university. And we know that when you are thinking about universities, you can think of universities as just where they do there's a lot of subjects which are knowledge intensive. Yeah. But in our case, these faculties that I mentioned, they have a lot of also knowledge intensive programs, and the other things I'm going to mention also. Then also you can have universities that are research intensive. And you can have universities that go more and more toward skills intensive, yeah. That you are thinking about when the people graduate, that what they are going to do, yeah. The University of Nairobi believes that it has to be more.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze the movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year,
we are wondering in the Senate, what are they talking about? The number of hours. When there's someone going to sleep, yeah, learning the skills to do surgery. But in the other end of the spectrum, in the same college, we have the bachelors of science in anatomy, yeah, which is now again a lot of knowledge intensive. The issue is that when you have this, you can begin to develop critical thinking to students, and other things that you allow for them to be innovative. Yeah. Besides not now learning to do fine things like we do in surgery, but learning to come up with new things. Yeah. So that's how the University of Nairobi is structured. You can go to FED, you can go to agriculture, you can go to architecture. Architecture is another one which is quite a lot of subjects, a lot of skills intensive. Yeah. Yeah. And you will find that the number of PhDs in students registered in those faculties will differ on whether we are really a lot of skills intensive or a lot of knowledge intensive or research intensive. I think the faculty has done the best in combination of all those is faculty of health sciences and the faculty of faiths as well as the faculty of arts and social sciences. And as I'm saying this because university, as students are here, they need to know that we expect them to align themselves. If they want to come out in the university also only with the skills, or they want to have partnered with the scholars and participate in the research, you know, like you find many of the inventions out there, students have been involved here in them. That you want to be part of the inventions, or you want to be part of just the skills, or you just want to get the knowledge and then later go and do what you want to do with it. So this Innovation Week is an attempt by the University of Nairobi, and this is the 6th one, to try to highlight the value of innovations in a university. You know, the University of Nairobi, and the people are, you know, you can fight about the financing of universities. The government sometimes hesitating, yeah. What are they financing for? It is because they are thinking about access only. They think, oh, why we need another, why so many universities? The students, I heard the other time, the leader of government business in parliament arguing and saying, like, if you go to Utari or you go to a university, yeah, it's better you would have gone to Utari, you know, that kind of, yeah. But, you know, those are institutions which are there about skills. University, I say, what are the rights we follow here? Not only skills. the inventions from our faculty can be demonstrated, the new technologies that are in the market can be brought there, and the community can come and learn and go and take those ideas out here. Then the people start to see the value of the University of Nairobi. Yeah. So that is the purpose we are meeting here, to highlight the value of innovations, and that is our way of, as a people, as a community, because the University of Nairobi want to make every Kenyan happier, better, because we existed. So I welcome all of you after this to go and see some of the things we have had. I think we have had about 7 or so inventions the last 7 years. The issue is how do we, and they are patented, registered. Yeah. How do we ensure that these are not shown in every, they are not shown in every other innovation week, and you are here. Yeah. If you come next year, we show them again. No, how do we ensure that now those ones go out to transform communities? How do we ensure that we partner with Safaricom, with the ministry, and we ensure that the youth get more opportunities for jobs from these innovations? Yeah. Whether it's from agriculture, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in health, whether it's in engineering, whether it's in science and technology,
I know this week you are thinking about the Innovations Week serving a much bigger purpose. And I always say when you are thinking about innovation, and we think about innovation every day, and recently the CS Mushero came in to open a FinTech Innovation Week, and where we were participating to enable our own community of employees to innovate and unleash their potential. But the key element around the way we think about innovation is, are you solving a customer issue or are you solving a societal challenge? Those innovations that solve customer challenges or societal challenges are the ones that are sustainable. That's why M-Pesa has been a very successful business because it is not only, of course, helpful to customers, but it also solves societal challenges where many people are excluded from banking for a very long time, and M-Pesa has come to really support that. So customer, purpose. The third one is collaboration, so doing it together, coming together to collaborate, to innovate, to create, to co-create. And this week is about co-creating. And then, of course, the final one is innovation. And so that's what we call the Safaricom spirit. So customer obsession, purpose, collaboration, and innovation. So innovation has been a really core of what we have been known for as Safaricom, and it is in our DNA. It enables us to improve how we deliver value to our customers and respond to dynamic needs of business. I'm told that this week is also about reflecting on Vision 2030 and those 4 blocks of Vision 2030 about food security, which is all about agribusiness. We are very interested as Safaricom in agribusiness. But this morning, by the way, as a coincidence, pure coincidence, we were, I know you'll have seen something we are calling Pamoja Tuungane, which is an initiative orchestrated by Safaricom to bring together corporate, civil society, and others to support those who are affected by drought. So food security is a real issue, and ensuring that in future we can ensure that people don't go hungry, and not just as a short-term measures, but also long-term measures. And that's why innovation is important. Many of you will have probably heard about DigiFarm, which is an initiative or a company that has been set up by Safaricom. And our intention is to use digital to connect farmers to market. And we need innovators. So this week I hope that we can innovate in the area of agriculture. And if we find very interesting ideas, perhaps we can partner with the university to use some of those ideas in commercializing what we are doing with DigiFarm. So food security is one. Manufacturing is, of course, another one. And the area of manufacturing is important. And one of the ways of thinking about manufacturing is to think of new technologies that enable value to come alive, to be more efficient, to be more customer friendly. Is a big one. The use of technology in ensuring that these value chains work effectively. When I left Nairobi University, I joined I joined PwC. And I worked as a consultant in finance and consulting for 11 years. But then later, I joined Diageo, which is an alcohol beverage company. And one of the things I learned is just how important it is to ensure that manufacturing works, because it's the lifeblood of what happens in the economy, because it supports the community of SMEs that are suppliers or retailers. And therefore, using innovation to enable those value chains to work is very significant for the future. And probably I'll mention, I'll reference some of the other elements of 2030 vision. So I referenced the fact that innovation is important to Safaricom. So recently we had a FinTech Innovation Week. We brought together developers, regulators, partners to reimagine new ideas, products, processes, and FinTech, around FinTech, because Kenya is leading the world in terms of FinTech, and we are happy to be that leadership. If I give you some KPIs, when the two gentlemen, who was saying is from school dance, spoke, the two gentlemen, they all mentioned Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and all that. When I was leaving university, none of that existed. Safaricom did not exist, yes? And in 20 years, we created a company that, and my predecessors have created a company that is the largest. It shows how important this area of technology and fintech is. And it shows that all of you, regardless of your course, the courses that you are studying in these universities, you have to be digital ready, yes? And starting to think about how do we partner with like-minded institutions in the tech area or in the financial services area with universities to influence curriculum, to influence certification, to get internships, in the same way that lawyers and doctors and accountants are trained to think of formatting the thing of digital skills in a way so that in future, because today we are struggling to tech qualified talent, yet there's so many graduates who have great skills. We are starting to see an emergence of Nairobi hub. We know there's so many companies, the Googles of this world, Microsofts of this world, who are up here. And we want to bring all those together to say, look, let's develop talent for Kenya, the region, because there's no reason why we cannot unleash all the great minds that are coming out of universities, regardless of the course that you studied, because you can always be tech ready. Most businesses today are run by, because being tech ready is a mindset. Of course, some training is important, but it's actually a mindset that allows you to be successful. So whether you're studying law, you're studying medicine, I have not seen any parts of the business world not being disrupted by tech, whether that is on terms of automation, digitization, the front end, the sales processes, the supply chain processes, the manufacturing processes are all being disrupted and being enabled through tech. So one of the ways that we think about tech is not tech in its own, it's to say that we are there to combine technology and innovation to solve societal challenges. And that's the way we should think about this week. Innovation is about combining your minds to be able to solve a pressing issue. So I wanted to speak briefly about the pandemic. The pandemic has accelerated the process of digitization and the process of everyone feeling that more needs to be done to improve experiences of people, the future of work. So Paul Kasim will tell you that we are starting to think about the future of work because no longer have people working in the office. We are talking about hybrid work. That means that if you are working from home, you have to be enabled to work from home. You have to have the ability to communicate. We are having this function, and I'm sure others are watching online. But the pandemic has shown us that really the value that the way we need to think about transformation is ensuring that society is taken along. Because during the pandemic, as Safaricom, for example, we realized we cannot progress by ourselves. It's only by supporting society, keeping the country connected, enabling the country to work through tech. We gave 1.7 billion transactions free through the M-Pesa platform. We transferred lots of money, or the government transferred lots of money through the M-Pesa platform for free to those who are vulnerable. Previously, they would receive checks. And what we have realized subsequent to the end of, or at least toward the end of the COVID crisis, is there has been a significant increase in adoption of digital. So just to give you some numbers, so at the beginning of COVID, before COVID started, we had 150,000 merchants, Lipa na M-Pesa merchants. Today we have 500,000 merchants. So there is more merchants that are using, that are accepting digital currency or digital of transacting. I have a CFO who is from India, and he's been in this country for 1 year. And one of the stories he was telling is that he doesn't know how the banknote for Kenya looks like, because he's really never used cash. He's always been using M-Pesa. So technology and digitization of the economy has been accelerated by COVID. But we also do see a number of challenges that we need to deal with. Access to mobile phones, especially smartphones, is still a challenge. We have accelerated the rollout of the 4G network. So mobile internet is very, very important for you students. You are aware of that. But one of the big barriers to accessibility of internet is smartphones. Only a quarter of kids have smartphones. So if we are going to be able to accelerate the digitization of the country, we need to make sure that smartphones are in everyone's hand. We know there are still many people using those small mlika mwizi, and I know they are effective because you can use them on M-Pesa and all that. But for us to be able to enable that community to access the internet, we need to make sure that smartphones are in everyone's hand. And we are working in partnership with other companies like Google and so on to drive pay-as-you-go phones so that it allows people to acquire smartphones. And the reason why smartphones are important, even for universities, is that online learning is becoming the norm. We realized during COVID that a lot of kids were excluded from learning, so education cannot actually succeed if we do not have mobile internet access. And of course, beyond smartphones, we need to reduce the cost of accessing the data bundles. You'll have seen that many in the industry, the actual price of data has continued to drop, and we need to continue to ensure that as an industry, we play our role, not as Safaricom, but as an industry, we play our role in ensuring that happens. Recently, we went to the mobile... I'm going to let you, man. Die, man. I think it's someone who is telling me. Yeah. So recently, we went to the Mobile World Conference with the CS ICT, and one of the areas that we were talking about... one of the areas that we are talking about is how do we bring local production of smartphones so that we can really digitize the country. And the other element that I wanted to speak to you is just briefly on the fintech, just to give you an indication of just how how important fintech is. For those who don't know, at peak, say on a Friday afternoon, M-Pesa transactions we transact about 1,700 transactions per second. Yeah, per second. Yeah, that is approximately, I would say, 1 million transactions for every 10 minutes. So if M-Pesa was not available for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, you can imagine the number of customers that will be impacted. And I usually tell them every time I receive a call from George, who is the head of IT, at night, I fear that the M-Pesa could be in trouble. So the stability of some of these systems and processes to enable and fuel the country is very significant. The reason why I was talking about the power of fintech is both in terms of the merchants that are accepting digital currency, in terms of the transactions that are going through, in terms of the agency network. We have 250,000 agents around the country. That's about 200 people for every one M-Pesa agent. It's probably better distributed than your Coke. You know, Coke used to be the benchmark for distribution. But it just allows you to see just how important tech and cashless. In my old business in East Africa Breweries, when I was sales director, we used to have cash collected as trucks go around the country. I mean, around the place in terms of distributing product. And one of the big issues that the distributors had is the security of that cash, the safety of the people who are distributing the products, and so on and so forth, especially during holidays. Now today it's all cashless. So you go in, you accept M-Pesa, that money is swept through to the distributor account. Eventually it is transacted through to the corporate, to the supplier, and you can multiply that to many other suppliers. So fintech and tech is enabling business to operate. And one of the other big advantages.
Stop speaking. You're knackered, mate. You're knackered.
Is this someone who is telling us? Yeah. Another big element that we need to think about as we think about this Innovation Week is empowering SMEs. So our business is about ensuring that we empower individuals, but also we allow individuals to live the lifestyle that they want by allowing them to be in control of how they transact, but also empower SMEs. As you think about innovation this week, think about how relevant whatever innovation is to individuals, but also how it can be utilized by small businesses. One of the challenges that I find nowadays, of course with young people, is that there's always the temptation to think that the people who can employ you are only corporates, the large corporates like us. But there's a significant opportunity to think about in future being employed by small businesses. And the whole world of tech is enabling that to happen. I can foresee in the next few years, few individuals after 3 or 4 years of experience in the tech world, setting up, in the same way that happens in Silicon Valley, setting up small enterprises or small startups that serve the rest of the market, whether that's in the agricultural value chain, in the health value chain, the education value chain. So I encourage you to think very broadly when you think about innovation. So youth, I think Professor mentioned the power of youth. Youth are vital for innovation. There's no way that the country can grow if we do not have an innovative country and if we do not enable the youth to innovate, because 75% of the Kenyan population, according to the World Bank, are in the youth category. I don't know what that cutoff age is. I'm sure I'm not one of them, but certainly 75% of the youth of the Kenyan population in the youth category. And we have 20,000 graduates every year coming through in the tech-related areas. So all we need to do is to make sure that as you graduate, or as a lot of these graduates come out of universities, you understand the workplace. Both you can employ yourself or you can work with corporates like us. And that's one of the reasons why we are really keen to partner with universities to be able to ensure that we develop skills of the future. I've said that the disparity between those who have and those who don't have is because of lack of access to mobile internet, and that's something that we need to continue to enable. And we can solve these challenges by partnering with the government and also universities like University of Nairobi. We've also seen significant support from the ministry in terms of especially through the Kenya National Digital Master Plan, which was produced in 2022, so which is a 10-year master plan, and the blueprint will guide how stakeholders leverage and deepen their contribution to the ICT sector to accelerate social economic growth. So our role as corporates is to be the catalyst to enable, to partner, to inspire you to feel that you have the platform to be able to innovate, to be able to develop skills, And that's why you'll hear very soon we'll be announcing a memorandum of understanding between a set of like-minded institutions, organizations with a number of universities, including the University of Nairobi, I was telling the Vice Chancellor. And so you should hold me to account for making sure this comes alive. And you should look for opportunities to participate in those programs. And what we would want to create is an environment where we can offer courses that are more relevant for when you finish your degree, have internship opportunities across 6 to 12 companies that we work with, have certification processes. We'll work with the global organizations to drive certification in this area, and eventually create an industry that is similar to what you hear in the legal profession, in accountancy profession. Certification is taken for granted, excellence is taken for granted, internships are really taken for granted. And these types of activities like the Innovation Week are a big enabler of us connecting, of inspiring and coming up with new ideas. And I was saying to my team, to Andrew, who is leading it with George, that you never know what happens to the people who win. I won't spin the beans, and we do hope that whatever ideas we see that are useful, we can partner together to commercialize them, and also for those who really show great potential and possibility. Paul is here. You could decide that you're going to get a few internships out of this week beyond our normal internships. So they always say that luck comes to those in the moment. Yes, you know, people say, well, I'm lucky. No, there's nothing like luck. Luck comes to those who put themselves in front of luck. And I know that I probably didn't speak briefly about my career, because I would assume it is pretty relevant to you as a student community. So I said when I walked out of those gates, I joined PwC. I'm still thinking Safaricom. PwC was at that time based on Konange Street at Latansi Educational Trust building, and spent 11 years, including as a comment to the UK, went to graduate school in London Business School, and then came back to this country, and then joined Diageo in various functions in strategy. I was strategy director, sales director, CFO, then went to run businesses for Diageo in West Africa, in Diageo in Ghana, Guinness Ghana, Guinness Nigeria, and then also my last role before I came to Safaricom was to run the continental Europe, which was the first African to run a big business out of Africa for Diageo, which was the whole of continental Western Eastern Europe and also Middle East. The reason why I'm telling, and then eventually decided to come back to run Safaricom, which is a brilliant organization, which allows me to serve society, have incredible balance sheet and P&L to be able to support the country. But also, I have learned so much out there. I wanted also to come and serve the country, and the path has been taken to many countries. I've seen push myself. I've taken risk and so on and so forth. I've been in function and so on. But the key is there's nothing that comes easy. It's all about dedication. It's about hard work. It's about really putting in the time. You know, sometimes young people I find, and we are getting new graduates, I ask them, so what do you want to do for your career? I want to get in 10 years. Then I say, okay, give me the pathway to when you get there. And frankly, there's an element of, I want things, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. But what I can assure you is, there is no substitute for hard work. The professors will tell you there's a substitute for being patient, for allowing you to learn, for discovering different things. I worked in different functions, in strategy, in sales, in finance before I became CEO. And that has allowed me to be a better CEO and actually a more versatile CEO. By working in different countries, you learn different things. So give yourself the opportunity and don't be in a hurry. Give yourself the opportunity to learn, to push yourself. But above all, I have always retained the person I am, which is the values that I stand for, and not going for shortcuts, because there's many times when you feel, oh yeah, I'm tempted to go for a shortcut. But also remaining rooted, yeah? Remain rooted regardless of what titles you get. Remain rooted, however successful. There'll always be enough money at some point in your life. You shouldn't worry. When you get a few, well, now I'm a millionaire or something else, then you start getting into your head. Remain rooted, remain humble, and you will be extremely successful. And even for this week, think carefully about those things that really make impact to consumers, to customers, to society. And I'm sure we'll get brilliant things coming out of this week. And we'll partner together to enable those ideas. And everyone is aware. Don't worry if you are the best. I'm sure your idea will have a role in the period. So my final to say is I'm delighted to be part of this event and really happy to be partnering with Professor as part of the university community to really strengthen the private sector and academic or private sector and university to support and drive the society forward. And looking forward to coming in the future to speak to you, to the students, about careers, about life, about the challenges that we face out there. You know, leadership looks glamorous, but I can tell you it is a tough, and it's always good to learn and grow. So thank you very much, and great to be here.
Excellent, excellent. We can clap again for him. I'm happy that we have many students here. You have heard. We are going to work together and to transform the student community at the University of Nairobi. And he said he'll keep his word. Yeah? Sidio? I think just yesterday, Melvin Thor was in my office together with the Secretary General, saying that her agenda, we want to see how to link more within her time with the corporate. Yeah. So you can hear now, we are already getting there. Yes. I think the other issue she said that she wants to see how create more opportunities for students to have attachments, even out exchange with other faculties outside this country. And I need the deans, I will mention these deans to again help hide this one. So, yeah. She's thinking about big things, yeah. So I'm very happy with this, and we will support you, Melvin, and your team. You know, Safaricom, and she has shared many things, has brought a lot of transformation. Even here at the University of Nairobi, you know, I was serving as a principal college. I found that to pay the cashiers who picked coffee at Friday, you'd have to hire policemen to come to town, a driver and a vehicle. They come with the money, and the cashier will be putting money in the bag with the police. They have to carry big guns so that the guys can see actually these are real police. Just the other day, yeah, and now we are able to pay those people from home. You know, they just receive their money on a Saturday. You know, no. So it's really transformation is a big innovation. We have here today the PS, State Department of Youth Affairs, and this is from the Ministry of Public Service, Youth and Gender Affairs. You know, the youth, I think in this country we count up to about 35 years, is it? Yes, up to 35 years. So I believe the students in the university are following another. And I always think about the youth with a lot of positivity, a lot of energy. I think when we, those of us who read the Bible, who are scholars, I think I told even Jesus died at about 33 years, yeah. And they have done so much, yeah. The reason, I think, is because in this age, the youth, they mainly envision the future. They're talking about the future. I think even Jesus, in many cases, it was just about the future. And even when Hutchison, when he was tested about various things, he could show that he knew a little about the past. Saying, no, but it is also said that if you do this, you'll be like this. But it's more about the future. So the youth envision the future. The future. Not about the past, you know, when you are older then, you talk about how you did it in the past. And the youth are a little impatient with this. So I think your talk was also about that future. And we want to work with you as young people. And even when we are talking about innovation, it's about envisioning the future with you. Seeing that future. Then you become strong, yeah, with a lot of expectation. When we join you in this, in going back to the past. And this ministry is just designed for envisioning the future. Yeah. Only about the future. And obviously today, currently, there is also a regulation for 30% of procurement for youth to take by government together with women. That's about now. But I think the ministry is about envisioning the future. So I want to invite then PS in charge of State Department of Youth Affairs to share with us some words of wisdom. Welcome, sir. Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Nairobi, the Chief Guest, my friend Peter Safaricom, Professor Hutchison, who did actually plan with us this Innovation Week, and the Chancellor in charge of the academic affairs, Professor Ogendo, and the faculties, and the distinguished participants this morning. This is going to be brief remarks because the chief guest, Peter Ndegwa, has already spoken quite in detail of what we expect from this Innovation Week. But let me say just a few things, because shortly I'll be a panelist in this discussion. But just to say that it's such a forum, you know, innovators, innovation are brought in one platform like what we're going to do today. For us in government, I'd like to say that this is probably an opportunity for us to fill the gap that we always say that what we lack is innovative ideas from Kenya. You know, to fill the gap between industry and innovation. And for us, we expect that innovations revolves around providing solutions to some of the challenges we face today, like climate change in terms of production in agriculture due to you know, the effects of climate change. We also expect to see innovation around job creation. Now that we have, that's a big issue that we are dealing with in the society. We need to get solutions or innovations to grow the economy. And we saw these, we've seen this now that with the effect of COVID-19, we obviously expect more and more innovations to come around that. How do we grow the economy following the adverse effect of COVID? And therefore, we also need, innovations around social issues which we face as a society in Kenya. So this forum for us is quite exciting from the Ministry of Youth Affairs. The State Department for Youth Affairs deal with fundamentally about 4 issues. One is youth social development around behavioral issues such as drug abuse, issues of health. We also deal with other issues around entrepreneurship and skill development, giving the youth the correct skills for the future. That is another area that we deal with. We also deal with innovation and talent development, and that's the reason why we're here, and that's why, as a State Department, we feel excited to be part of this process. And I'm sure now and in the future, we are going to be part and parcel of such that Kenyans can manufacture the masks, simple things as masks. And therefore, that's why we say necessity is a mother of invention, probably because of the to produce masks and other equipment which we needed during that time. So we need to build a strong culture of innovation and support innovation. But in the end, you'll see these innovations during the Science Congress in high school, in platforms such as this one, and then in many others. But then eventually, where do these innovations go to? Do they just end up here, or we find a way of marketing out there and also, testing it with, in the market and eventually building the products around those innovations. So I think the challenge here is how do we take these innovations out of the incubation box or the incubators? How do we take them to the market? How do we see these products out there? And therefore, having partners like Safaricom, who have really provided serious solutions through innovation, having innovative products in the market, becomes something that challenges all of us, that anything is possible. Nobody, of course, thought that what Professor Kiama said, that one day we'll stop escorting money, and now you can be paid here and no one sees. So I think that's because of innovation. And therefore, we are happy to be part and parcel of this process, and we need to impact the youth with the skills of the future. We need to look at which skills do youth need to support innovation. And that's why we were talking with Professor, I forget his name, a few minutes ago, that even for engineering, children need to start at an early stage of high school being engineers, because people are more innovative when they are young than when they grow old. So I think this is a correct platform for us as the Ministry of Youth, and as government, I would like to say that we're very happy to be part of this process. We want to be together in supporting innovation and talent development. And therefore, we need to build a strong linkage between the university and the industry to nurture innovation and the entrepreneurs. You know that government has come up with very, very elaborate packages to support innovation. In the State Department for Youth Affairs, we are running a program called Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Program, where we award business plans that has strong innovations in them, where we gave up to 3 million shillings to innovators to be able to run their business. So I think we want to say that we thank the university for doing this, and then we look forward to greater participation in this process. Otherwise, thank you very much and good day.
Thank you very much, our peers. I must, at the forefront, say Safaricom and yourself, you are the most responsive. We made just one phone call, and the rest is history. Thank you very much for those very warm regards. Honourable Vice Chancellor and our Chief Guest, this table that has been laid ahead of you has been made possible by a committee that will actually receive you when we go out there, as Keynote will come to tell us. So she was part of the committee. James Njehia, through the David Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Professor Ogengo, you gave us your staff, Professor Njehia. Peter Akuon, if you are here as the committee, if you can stand quickly. Professor David Kariuki, Professor Jeda Mbuko, maybe many of them could be out there. Dr. Samuel Rohio, Engineer John Maina, Engineer Andrew Masila, all the way from Safaricom, was part of that committee. Professor Lila Kosanjo, Dr. Marianne Mureithi, Dr. Juliana Cheboy, Professor Raphael Nyonje. We co-opted you very late, but we have Professor Jack Odhiambo. We have got Miriam Maina from the corporate office, Dr. Frederick Odero, who had a very energetic team from the ICT. And from the office, we have Anne Maria, Simon Bett, Cherry Tay, Mercy Macharia, if you are there. And then through the office of the COO, the Chief Operations Officer, Brian Ouma, we had all the directors from the central administration there, from finance to security to supplies and supplies chain management, from protocol who are here, facilities manager, health sciences, ICT, as I mentioned, SWA, just to name a few. I will not say the names, but if I have not mentioned you, each and every last one of these lovely people are the ones who have put the table here. Our chief guest, Peter, the CEO of Ndegwa from Safaricom, I will invite you back again to come and declare the Nairobi Innovation Week 2022 officially open so that we can go for a photo session and then tour the stand. Our chief guest, please come and pronounce.
This is the simplest task for me to do. It's now my great pleasure to declare the Nairobi Innovation Week 2022 officially open.
So thank you very much, our guests. Now we have the permission to start Nairobi Innovation Week officially, and we sincerely thank Peter for allowing us to do that. Thank you very much. After this, we'll go for a photo session, and I'll ask all of us to allow our guests to read first, and then those who will be in our panel discussion will also join us in the photo session. So now I will ask our guests just to read fast so that we can be directed. Okay. So I can ask the technical team, the SC team, if you have the national anthem. We pray. We pray it before we leave. And then again, I'll call Reverend to pray for us before we finish this session. Thank you. So the technical team.
Let's pray. Lord, we thank you for the conclusion of this session. We ask for your blessings as we get into the next step of going round and beginning the activities lined up ahead of us for the remaining part of the day. We ask that you bless us and be gracious to us. Dismiss us with your love and grace, for we pray in Christ's name. Amen.
What do you want from Nakesa? She doesn't even have the people to interview.
They aren't responding to us.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week,
So 2 minutes. Yeah. Any question? Okay. What was the last point? Yeah, we really need to see the curriculum. You have to see what the curriculum is offering and what the market is looking for. Yeah. So that is very important. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. So thank you. Where's the council? Where's your council? They wanted the need to appear. Safaricom.
So then you can go this way. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. So the next one we are going to go to Elgon, Kenya. Yeah.
Good morning. Welcome to Elgon Kenya Limited. We are East Africa's leading dealers in agrochemicals, irrigation systems, seeds, fertilizers and animal health. Did you know that Elgon Kenya Limited is the first agricultural company to take on 20 graduate interns from the University of Nairobi, hence bridging the gap between academia and industry.
So we are here today to showcase our innovations in irrigation systems, seeds, fertilizers, and Mr. Alex Mugumia will take us through.
Peter, welcome to my home. Thank you. So we do we do everything to do with agriculture. We actually now target small farmers. And part of my speech, I'll tell you, is we've now moved away from large commercial farming to 3 million farmers in Kenya. As you know where the Egypt is huge. And it's becoming much more sophisticated, so we've come out with so many different types of. And that, by the way, one of VC is my newest product. It's called Tabiti Super. We now blend fertilizer as 2 weeks ago. We have brought a new blender for $1 million.
Okay. Yeah.
So we blend specific fertilizer for specific farms. So if I come to your farm, I test your soil, I can make a fertilizer just for your farm. Yes. So it came from Holland, and I'm waiting for Betty Miner to come and cut the ribbon. We're in production. we already started distributing the product, but it's going to be the future of agriculture in this country. Is specialized blended fertilizer for farm specific and crop specific. So we sell DAPs and CNs, but everybody does it, and it's not geared towards your farm, for instance. So we will make specific fertilizer for your farm to give you the nutrients you need. So it's brand new. It's actually per hectare cheaper. Because you don't waste nutrients you don't need, right? We'll just give you the nutrients you need for your soil. So per hectare will be cheaper. And with fertilizer prices going where they are, double and tripling, I think this is going to be a good solution in the future.
So in terms of your involvement, especially in the inputs or across the value chain?
So we do the whole thing. I mean, we have close to 700 people work for us. We do we do all that. From, they say, from farm to fork. We do the whole range from farm. You know digital? We know, well, sort of, we also know of you. We need to partner.
Yeah, we should.
And
the reason is, as we are not producers of all this stuff, so, and also we are not experts in agriculture, but we want to digitize and involve partners who are in the agriculture chain. And you're right, we want also small scale, not interested in the big.
That's what the need is. The big farmer has everything necessary. Right? He has the skills, he has the money. We're targeting, like PS, I'm sure, has a shamba somewhere. You know, we need to target guys like you and So to be honest, we were the biggest in large scale farming. So all the floriculture farms used to buy my product. We represent an Israeli company.
Right.
Then about 5 years ago, we said the small farm is really the pot of gold. So now we make our own drip irrigation. We're the only ones in the country who make our own drip irrigation pipes. We went to China, we came up with a whole new variety of small irrigation products for the small farm. Very cheap, maybe 20% of the price of an Israeli. Drip irrigation, fittings, sprinklers. Some of the stuff we now make in-house. We fabricate this in-house. So sprays, we make everything as much as we can in-house. And it's 20% of the cost of an Israeli product. So 1 acre, half acre, quarter acre, we can make for a very small farm. And we design it for you. So if you give me your GPS or you give me your location on Google Maps, I can actually design it from my office.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So for the innovators this week, what are the issues do you think they should focus on as far as agriculture is concerned?
This value addition. You know, we can do farming, but that's not going to industrialize this country. We need to go into agribusiness and added value. So if you have tea or like, I think Madam, who's the lady from the Meta campus, we've got so many clever ideas on mango. How do you add value to a mango? Right. But we're not commercializing. So I'm hoping with my, I'm setting up the Agriculture Innovation Center with Innovator. It's going to cost us 40 million, but I'm hoping that center will bring private sector and these guys together, so we add value to what they're inventing. So coming out with clever ideas, but not commercializing it.
Which is where we are going
to together.
That is where we are going. There is a bit of opposition on that. Yes. This is our subject. Thank you very much.
It keeps it together.
I'm told I may. It's okay. Here we are now.
This is the university now. Thank you. So welcome to the SAP project. Our project is about reducing food loss and waste in the mango value chain by transforming the perishable fruit into shelf-stable products. So all these are mango products. We have the wine, yes. We have the semi-dry wine, we have the sweet wine, we have can, we have jam, we have yogurt that has mango nutrients in it. We have chips, mango chips. We have the mango roll. Now for this, today in this innovation, the new product, this ones we developed them a while ago, but the new product we have here is the mango flakes. And mango flakes is actually mango pulp. You mix it with green grams. So you get flakes, which, mango chips are rich in vitamins and fiber. But this one has proteins and carbohydrates. So it's a healthy snack. It's a new product that we have just developed from the food science. And then, so these are some of the products, the old products that we had. But we also have developed juice. We have juice there. This is your standard mango juice, yes. But we're challenged about making the juice more nutritious. So we decided to fortify it with moringa extract. So this is the standard mango juice, and this is the mango enriched with the moringa extract. So if you want to taste, you can taste. Yeah, so it is rich from the process. It is actually rich in the antioxidants and other nutrients that are present in the.
You sound like you're also a salesperson.
This is made in the university. Is to prepare them for presentation. Yes. And of course, Professor Buka has been in the limelight for a while. Yes. So the products are here, we can taste, but we were told that the value chain needs to be complete, so that when you're processing, you generate a lot of waste, which is an environmental problem. So we moved on to now working with the people from the animal science department to see when we have, because the peel and the seed alone for mango processing is 50%. So that goes to the landfill. But what can we do with the peel and the kernel to reduce the waste in the landfill? So we've partnered with the people from animal nutrition to develop animal feed that are supplements of mango peel. So like this is mango peel incorporated, replacing some of the maize. So this peel, what we discovered is the fact that because of the yellow color of the peel, we don't have to add chemicals to get the yellow color of the yolk. So here you can see these eggs, the two of them. This one has a peel, this one doesn't have. I mean, this one has, this one doesn't. So you can see the yellow color is enhanced by the peel. So by doing that, it means while we are reducing losses by making products, we also utilize or valorize the waste into products. So we have feed for layers, and then we have feed for chicken, the broilers. Yeah. So this is how we are innovating in the mango value chain. Yes.
So just two questions. One is how do you improve yields? Do you think about improving yield, number one?
The yield of?
Just the whole value chain, the value chain. The second is how do you commercialize some of this? Just make it more industrial.
Good question.
Yeah, because the other thing that I was thinking about is there's a lot of demand for organic, and actually many people knowing the source of their food. And I don't know whether you are thinking about organic.
Yeah, so in terms of, this project, we are not only just adding value, but we actually work with farmers to help them with to do what we call the good agricultural practices, proper use of, fertilizers, or even using, like you say, compost manure in the production. Yeah. So in that way, because the yield in mango, for example, is not optimal. It's because the farmers are not doing the optimal production practice. So we're working with them because they're from the Faculty of Agriculture. So we work with farmers, train them on good production practices so that they get good quality and high yields of mango. In terms of commercialization, that's why we are partnering with the School of Business and now the industry. Now we have the Agriculture Technology Innovation Center. They're going to help us to remove the academia in us so that we see this as commercial products. Yes. So we're looking for that kind of partnership to commercialize this product. Yes.
And we are working very closely with farmers. Actually, we are was trying to whisper to her, we are together there, that we are having actually the farmer aggregation center, so that farmers can come and learn, they can come and
Oh, I see.
and actually market their products and for as a group, so they can negotiate better for even inputs and access to markets.
Yeah, we can move to the next. Thank you so much. Yes.
And this is also part of the university. Again, we will not spend too much so that we also see other stands. So we get very briefly.
Just 1 minute.
1 minute only.
1 minute only.
Just
Yes, so we do innovations in food and nutrition. Right.
Just 1
Taking
minute.
care of what you eat is sufficiently good.
Yeah.
So this we have used sweet potato, which is rich in vitamin A, to develop this, and that's natural color, nothing added extra. So we use what is available. The same we have used to enrich yogurt, so that when you pick yogurt, you are not just taking the normal thing. You are taking.
That you pay with M-Pesa.
Yes.
So we must go to the next one. We must go to the next one. George, thank you very much.
Talked about students.
Yeah.
This is our student. He has come up with various products from the neglect guava fruit and the seaweed.
Okay.
Yes. So you can say just 1 minute.
Hello. Yes. Hi.
Fantastic.
Like some of these products. I want to give you some of our wines.
I want you to get
try
the
them.
university packaging.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
So by the time we are ending, we want to have this.
no problem.
Fantastic. But congratulations, Keronga.
Thank you. Let's move to the next. Yeah, fantastic. Here is another. Yes. Yeah.
Interesting. Silkworms.
Yes, ours.
Asante sana.
Go ahead.
This is silkworm rearing. So before you start rearing silkworm, you have to plant mulberry tree that will enable you to rear the silkworm. It has a lot of benefits. After when you rear the silkworm, you get silk. This is raw silk. Yeah, it takes only 1 month. So that this is raw silk. You can feel it.
These threads, it's very tough strings,
So we also get other products like from the mulberry tree, like the green tea, which is good. Also vegetables. Yes. Yeah, and also from the pupa. This one also can be food. Can be used to feed the chicken, fish.
Siok is this is the siok. Yeah, that's the one which is coming to this. Yeah. And then you are left with this.
See you. I don't know how much.
Yeah, one more.
Yes.
The government.
State Department. State Department. What is State Department? But where you can be able to get results on your
So I need
We
to
see this one.
more, then I go.
That's the
Yeah.
youth.
That's one more. Then I go.
Your group wanted you to go to the hackathon, but I don't think you have time.
No, I don't think I will. Okay, but I'll ask Andrew.
Welcome to the
Can
you log in? Okay.
we are young innovators.
Yeah.
Sorry, we are young innovators who are ready to change and transform with our innovations. So on the first desk we have Roman Solutions, who have developed a platform which will standardize the healthcare system of Kenya, and also curb the problem that have of having lost file, ghost workers, and also queues in the system. On the second desk, we have gown safety, which prides in refurbishing old helmets, so old helmets, and also the creating of balaclavas, which covers the riders when they are riding. On the third desk, we have Sazina Interiors, which introduces a new concept of introducing waste product into interior design that helps cut costs by half when producing. On the fourth desk, we have the Layers, which prides on African fabrics, makes dolls for babies and clothes. On the fourth desk, we have the Anything Design, which has developed leakage system, a system that detects leakage in the pipes. On the fifth one, we do have a police one stop that reports crime as it happens live. And then the last, which one? It's an application. Yeah, it's an application that reports crime live as it happens. So you can just send your case to the police, the nearby police case. The developers will be the ones who can respond to that.
This one is the prototype.
Oh, I see. You are developing better.
And we have the last one. So we have the last desk, which is the hangar, produces animal feeds and fertilizers.
Yes.
Well done. Thank you,
Well done.
PS. Thank you, PS. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me go because I need to be on a call.
It's fine. I will see you. For the interest of
Yeah. We're now going.
Touch with you.
People somehow. That's how you grow as a society.
That is true.
When I
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sunkuli. We're grateful to have you here today. Would you tell us more about how the government seeks to fill the gap between innovations and employment, as you had mentioned in your speech?
Do I hold or you? Yeah. First of all, in terms of innovation, as government, we are very excited to deal with innovation because we are looking at innovations to address a number of issues. As I said, we want innovations to create more jobs, job opportunities for the population, for the young population. We also want smart solutions towards solving the challenges of climate change in terms of agricultural production, in terms of water availability, in terms of all the productive sectors that are affected by climate change. We also want to say that in terms of supporting innovation, particularly for the youth, we have established the youth empowerment centers or the Agile digital centers so that the youth can use these centers to develop innovation and also to develop solutions to the problems that affect society. We want the youth to provide a solution to the economic growth using innovative ideas, and the youth empowerment centers serve as hubs for them to do that.
Thank you for all this. Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Good afternoon. Significance of the Innovation Week and how important you think it is for students to adopt tech and innovation in their future endeavors.
Okay. So my name is Dr. Tony Mwanza. I currently serve as the CEO of Kenya National Innovation Agency. Now, in the context of the value of an innovation week, first of all, it gets people together. Second, ideas grow because there is an interaction between different players, have different backgrounds and different characteristics. And through these networkings that we build and showcasing that we do, the potential for growing innovative ideas is much higher. There is where you can get a customer, that's where you can get a funder, that's where you can get a partner. So you don't develop innovation ideas and keep them to yourself, but you have to bring them out, and therefore you can attract the people who can help you scale those ideas. And that's why innovation weeks have to be really, really encouraged. Now, for Kenya National Innovation Agency, we're encouraging as many of these innovation weeks in institutions as possible. And then they'll culminate in what we call a Kenya Innovation Week that happens in December. And we expect to see some of the best innovations out of this participating at the Kenya Innovation Week. All right?
We're looking forward to that. Thank you very much.
Professor Tony Mwanza.
Good afternoon, Professor. It's nice to see you again. Would you tell us some of the expectations that you have for this Innovation Week, especially in your field?
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is Professor Evelyn Wagayo. I'm the Dean, Faculty of Health Sciences. And my expectation is to see innovations that make a difference in society. If you're not making a difference in society, you're not changing society. And innovations are all about doing things differently and doing things better. So for me, I'll expect to see that we have impacted on society. And for example, in our faculty, in the exhibition, in our tents, the exhibitions we have there have made a change in society. We have two innovations that are working to, well, we have several, but of note, there are two that have made a difference to patients' lives. There is one that they monitor the diabetic patients, and another one that reminds the patients to take their drugs, so that the diabetic control is good, and the patient's quality of life is improved. So those are the kind of things I would expect to see in Innovation Week, changes in society. There's another one we have done on the ventilator. Innovation, we have innovated a ventilator that can help people. For example, okay, now although we are in the COVID pandemic has come down, it can still be used for other patients who have pneumonia or other things that require the ventilator. So those, for our faculty, those are what we are showcasing. Changes in society, changes in doing things. In terms of the women, we have a drug that has been developed that will make a big difference to women who give birth and bleed to death. we call it postpartum hemorrhage, but we have developed a drug that is far much cheaper than what is on the market, and that will help our women who give birth to survive that postpartum hemorrhage. The other drug that is available on the market is very expensive, and they cannot afford it. So now the drugs that we have innovated is a lot cheaper, 40 shillings compared to the other one, which is 5,000 shillings. And once it's on the market, it's going to assist very many women, because this postpartum hemorrhage, it was part of you remember the initiative by the First Lady about zero, where we have no women dying because they're giving birth. So this will go a long way in assisting women in that initiative. So we're also contributing to the nation's agenda. So for me, I'm very excited about our faculty and the things we are doing. There's a lot more. There are other innovations also in our faculty, but let people go and see, because we have something on microsurgery, and this on microsurgery in terms of tissue transplants. We have something on the kidneys, how to remove kidney stones. So for us in the Faculty of Health Sciences, we actually impact society with our innovations, and that is my expectations.
Thank you. That sounds very exciting. Thank you. All right. Okay, good afternoon. As a student, would you tell us what excites you most about the Nairobi Innovation Week and some of the expectations you have in terms of students adopting innovations and using them in their future endeavors?
Yes, I will start with my name. My name is Rutere Kasmir. I am a student, a 4th-year student. In this particular event, I'm the head of corporate relations under Hult Prize. My greatest achievement and honor is to serve at this event. Now that we've seen many students have gotten involved in terms of volunteer, giving the innovation ideas and presenting them. So my best thing is that students have continued to be enabled to be people who are innovative in terms of ideas and in terms of creating job opportunities even after they leave school. So my greatest feeling of joy is that students are now being the ones who are employing other people outside and creating job opportunities through innovative ideas. I'm expecting a very thrilling moment throughout the 3 days, from today to till Thursday, that is 26th.
Morning we shall see Jesus in the air, coming after you and me, joyous us to share. What rejoicing there will be when the saints shall rise, headed for that Jubilee yonder in the skies.
Yes.
Well, thank you. We're looking forward to all of that during this week. All of that during this week. Thank you.
Yes. We're getting some of our exhibitors as well. Someone's coming right now in the next 2 minutes.
Hi, Mitesh. I hope I pronounced that right. Would you tell us more about Hult Prize and its impact on students and innovations?
Sure. Basically, Hult Prize is an innovation program that deals with social entrepreneurship. What the competition focuses on is getting startups that have a high impact on social entrepreneurship so they can make profits and at the same time make disruptive change to society and the way it operates. For example, this year's competition theme was getting 2,000 jobs by 2022. So that was the theme, and that is what most of the startups will be centralized around. We have a few startups pitching at the Innovation Week. These are the teams that are proceeding to regionals to represent the University of Nairobi and Kenya at large at the regional level, where they'll compete with Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, and many other countries. They'll come together, bring their best innovations. Ultimately, these ones will move to a 3-month accelerator in the UK. And in this 3-month accelerator, they'll be exposed to getting their first customers, their investors, and basically going big. Finally, it comes to the final round that will be held at the United Nations headquarters at New York, where the winning prize for one startup team will be $1 million that they will use as startup capital. So we have some of the teams that will be coming to showcase their ideas as well. Yeah, I think that's most of it.
That's very exciting. Wishing the teams all the best. Thank you. So, good afternoon. Would you tell us your name and some of the expectations you have during this Innovation Week and whether or not you're planning to participate?
My name is Peter Olwach. My expectation during the week is to learn more on innovation. As Safaricom CEO said, that innovation is there to solve the challenges of the community. I wish to see the innovations that are there in the society and how they are solving the challenges of the community. And I wish to participate in many of the forums, as many as possible. Yes.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation.
So you have a product that is called the Mango Flex, which is rich not only in the goodness of mango, which is vitamins, but it also has proteins and carbohydrates, which is from the green grams. The other product we were exhibiting today is what we call the mango moringa, the moringa mango nectar, which is the standard mango, but we have enriched it with the extract from moringa fruit, moringa leaves. So now this product is innovative in the sense that it has nutrients from moringa which are added to the mango juice. Then we also had another product which is using of the peel from the mango. After processing, we have a lot of waste, so we actually transforming that waste into feed that can be fed on layer chicken. So you could see our eggs that are from feed chicken that have been fed with the feed that has the peel have a good color of the yolk. Yes.
Well, that sounds very interesting. Everyone should pass by your tent and exhibit. Thank you.
Done.
Hi, Charles. You recently won your Hult Prize Innovation. Tell us about it and how impactful it would be to society.
Thanks. So nice. So Hult Prize is a global competition that crowdsources solutions from university students to some of the world's pressing problems. And this year in particular, we're looking at how we are getting the world back to work after the COVID-19 pandemic. So our innovation is called StoreFresh. So StoreFresh is a platform that connects smallholder farmers to shared cold storage facilities and also giving them access to markets. So how we are getting the world back to work is we are looking at formalizing the jobs that these smallholder farmers are doing. We are looking at creating new jobs in terms of distribution and operations and management. So that's essentially building this platform from ground up. Yeah.
And are you excited about the final prize of your competition?
You have to be, when you hear the amount, you have to be. But I think more than anything, the prize only serves to validate that you are onto something that the world really needs. So I feel like the world needs to hear from our idea, and essentially food is a huge problem in the entire African continent. So if we get the Kenyan market right, getting the Hult Prize will be a stage to show the world that we did this in Kenya, it works, we can replicate the model to other markets.
Well, thank you. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you too.
Hi, Carol. Hi, tell us about your exhibition. I saw you exhibiting earlier. What's your innovation about and how important is it?
Okay, so this year we took part in Hult Prize. It's a competition and we were dealing with creating employment and decent work. And so the group that we chose to create employment is single mothers in ghetto areas. And the idea was basically to buy machines and train them as seamstresses. You see, so we were to buy machines and train them to come up with kitenge, because we are kitenge enthusiasts. We are a group of 3 ladies, all from the University of Nairobi. And 2 of us have actually been raised by single mothers, and we have seen the struggle in it. And I have grown up in a ghetto. Githurai, I'm not sure if that is exactly a ghetto, but I have seen the struggle in providing for their dependents, for their children, and their living standards are really low. So we were providing jobs for them. And we were to help them. We were to give them the skill for free, and they will work for us, and we will sell their products all over the world. We were hoping to get traction from all over the world and sell, obviously, online by our website. Yeah. So, and 2 of us, me and my friend called Sarange, are from the School of the Built Environment. So not only were we to produce bags and clothing, but we were also to come up with kitenge as a finish or something of that sort. Like you can walk in and see a whole wall of wallpaper made up of African fabric and kitenge. And we really believed that they will make spaces more creative and more bold. So basically that is what we were doing. And yeah, we got number 3, and we are hoping now to reach out and to get funding from other places to continue with our business and our idea. Because it's already in play, I actually sell kitenge bags. Yeah.
That's a very beautiful and thoughtful innovation. Wishing you all the best. Thank you. Yeah.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation
I'll tell you when to do it. It's live. Good afternoon, Professor. Earlier we were talking about... Hey, good afternoon, Professor. Earlier we were talking about networking and the importance of students being part of these innovations and entrepreneurship. Would you be kind enough to share with now all of us, not just me and my colleagues, on the significance of that?
Very significant that whenever you get a huge crowd like this, that it becomes the beginning of your career by creating networks that would help you the day you leave this space. Most people don't understand the importance of social networks, and this is where you begin to build those social networks. They go very long time, wherever you begin from them, and then it will take you very far.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. What are some of the expectations you have during this Nairobi Innovation Week?
Well, I want people to know the word innovation, by the way, which sometimes we add creativity and innovation. For you to renew yourself and be relevant in another space, you have to innovate, or you have to creatively think of new ways of doing things and implement those new ways of doing things. Somebody called Schumpeter is the one who said that sometimes when you do some activity, you have to reach somewhere and destroy it and recreate it, just to disrupt the competition and begin to get new revenue because you have brought a new concept. Innovation also comes when you see a pain that is somewhere and solve that pain. So for us here, for young people who are here, you begin to learn that problems are not actually problems. They are indicators of opportunity. And if you understand that because we have too many problems and begin to seriously solve those problems, you would create super enterprises out of that. Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope we've met. The director of IT.
You know, if I've met Andrew, it's like I've met the whole Safaricom.
Andrew is
Good afternoon, Professor Keynote. It's a pleasure speaking. Good afternoon, Professor Keynote. It's a pleasure speaking to you again. You mentioned in your beginning speech that we're trying to create innovations that will help us in the future. Would you shed more light on the importance of that?
Thank you very much. That's a very, very great question. And I want to say Nairobi Innovation Week happens at the University of Nairobi. And the purpose behind this is actually to create a movement among our students, among our academia, to innovate and to create opportunities for future generation and also for generation now. As I said, we have about 40 innovation being showcased in during this Nairobi Innovation Week, and it is very exciting that most of the innovation we have are from students. We also have a lot of innovation from the University of Nairobi academic members of staff, and I want to spotlight Faculty of Agriculture, which is doing great innovation around food security, and say that we have found a lot of sponsors. We have about close to 22 partners and sponsors who want to work with us with this journey of innovation, so that we can catalyze, and I'll keep on repeating that, we can catalyze this movement of innovation and entrepreneurship within University of Nairobi, and also this movement will go across Kenya as well as the rest of Africa. As you know, University of Nairobi is the reading university, so we need to read this path so that we create opportunity for the many graduates who are leaving universities across Kenya and sub-Saharan Africa.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. We're looking forward to viewing all the innovations. Thank you. Hi. You were exhibiting some innovations at the State Department for Youth Affairs. Would you be kind enough to share with us, whom cannot come and see them, tell us about them and how important they are?
Do I have to hold it? Okay. We have like different innovations that are representing the states, around 7 of them. One of them is, 3 of them are applications, new applications that are introduced to the nation. One of them has to do with medical records, the ones that you can just come have all your medical files at one place and access them in different hospitals when you go. And then have one that deals with the police. When you can see a crime, you can just report it like instantly, so that the signal is sent to a nearest police station, then they can come and respond back. Another one has to deal with the water. You know, we have issues with the water pressures in different places. So when, let's say, you have a leakage at a place, just come and detect, like it's like a small device, just come and detects, and then the water can be saved. And then others are like the interior designs, where you can just introduce like the zero waste design. We have upcycling in the interior spaces, which ends up saving like 50% of the entire project. Then have one rider who usually prides in the boda safety, and he makes refurbished helmets. Like from the old helmets, just comes and fixes them and then sells back to the bodabodas at a cheaper price. And then we have one Zinga farm, which prides in selling animal feeds, like those worms that we saw as animal feeds. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for sharing that with us.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic transformation and shared prosperity through innovation. This event is open to all and attendance is free. The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact.
Professor Hutchinson, everybody knows her here. And then we have a friend from IBM, John Matogo. And last but not least, we have Tony Omwansa, who used to head this project. He's Daktari from the School of Computing. Personally, I'm very happy that the speeches were very good this morning, in the sense that the chief guest was very clear what industry wants. He was very, very, very clear what industry wants, and we've been saying about this that the world has changed completely, in the sense that even those who are doing history should know code. I would start with PS. From the policy side, what are we doing to make sure that institutions of higher learning understand what the industry wants, so that we can match supply and demand for labor? What are the policy initiatives we're looking at to make sure that this works?
Thank you very much. Maybe just before I answer that question, is to say that currently that is a big issue we are having, as a discussion we have in government. And with the interaction with the line ministries, such as the Ministry of Industry, Industrialization, there is a big push to have collaborations between the Institution of Higher Learning, KEPSA, and the ministry to try and provide syndicated solutions towards making sure that there is a deeper understanding between the three, particularly in the Institution of Higher Learning, the need to produce the right skills that are needed in the industry. Skills that provide solutions to the current challenges in terms of job creation, in terms of economic growth solutions, in terms of dealing with climate change, producing products that solve the challenges we are currently having as a result of climate change, whether it's in agriculture, whether it is healthcare, whether it's in water provision, and all that. So the discussion and this kind of collaboration you can see even today here is that we are trying to build consensus between industry, between institution of higher learning, and as a government, as a policymaker, so that we have a clear linkage to provide solutions that are needed in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, sir. You can hear? Okay. I think I would ask Professor before I can ask George, because I know I sit in Safaricom board they need like 400 computer scientists, data scientists, but the universities have not responded to supply those many required. Actually, if you go to Google and put data analytics in Kenya, you will find 20,000 vacant jobs, and then we have thousands of young people looking for jobs. What is the university doing to make sure that we can, and policy has said they are working on it?
Thank you very much, Professor. And indeed, that is a very relevant question, because while we say as a university, I will talk about the University of Nairobi more, but I think it applies to all the others. We envisage ourselves being a world-class university committed to scholarly excellence, and yet we have lagged a little bit behind in terms of being market ready. And so what the university is doing are twofold. One, we have embarked on a very serious curricular review so that our curricula are developed in a very participatory manner with industry and with the government, so that whatever we offer at the University of Nairobi and the other universities, I guess, are also doing the same, are actually tailored towards the market. And the other one is to have tangible partnerships with the private sector, with industry. Because we can say all we want, but because when you come as a professor, there is hardly any support for you that is tangible to innovate and to prepare the students for the market. And therefore, the true partnership is something that we are aggressively pursuing. And I think you heard in the morning that between the University of, just as an example, with the University of Nairobi, with the Elgon, Kenya, we are going to set up the Agile Technology and Innovation Center in one of the campuses. And you heard today, again, we are developing a partnership with Safaricom so that that gap between the no and the do is minimized. So we are trying to be there, and we are indebted to the support that the industry is giving to us, but internally we have some serious innovations around curricular review, curricular delivery, and even the mode. So we are also innovating around mode of delivery so that we are on the cutting edge. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. I would start with George here to simply tell us what are the areas that you are most, where the demand is most and where you are not finding the local resources.
Thank you, Professor. So I think essentially, if we look at it, the IT team in Safaricom over the last 2 years has grown by 500 people. And that's in recognition that although we were a telco with a fintech, we want to be a technology company. And which are the skill sets? We're talking about data science, machine learning, software engineering at the core. I was talking to the father of a recent good KCSE student, and I said, no matter which program your son takes, you need to know how to code. And I know now we're talking about low code, but I think still coding is essential. So I think if we look at that, I think what's most important for us as a leader in the industry is to be part of the conversations, not at that point of hiring, but to come in earlier. And I like what Madam has said, that we need to be part of the curriculum conversation. Because, as you well know, Professor, sometimes we advertise for jobs. And our Chief Human Resource Officer, Paul, will tell you we struggle. And we advertise and advertise and advertise again. But on the other hand, you're seeing very high unemployment in Kenya. And it's a paradox. How can we have high unemployment, lots of graduates, and Safaricom is not getting talent? So I think being part of conversations like this, because I think in conversations is where problems are solved, new ideas are exchanged, but also we find a bridge between what we're looking for and what's being produced. So we want to do three things. I think one is to see those specific areas. How do we influence at a curriculum level? Two, how do we participate in such, be it hackathons?
Recording in progress.
Thank you. Career talks and such engagements. But also, how do we provide opportunities through internships? And the projects that students are looking at, the case studies, can they tell us, hey, give us an environment with your 40 million customers anonymized, and let the data science students come up with insights around it that help us in terms of how we serve our customers and also the products we design. So there is indeed a challenge, Professor, but I believe these conversations are the ones that are going to help us reduce that gap.
Angela, be as honest as you can. Are our students industry ready? And what are the frustrations you go through when you recruit them?
Okay, thank you, Professor. And yes, I'm always honest. Let me just say that what we try to look for, there is a reduction in the gap between your academic knowledge and the benefits experience brings with it. So what we have experienced over the years, for me, for instance, I was in the marketing fraternity for a very long time. Then I've now switched to digital financial services. Like Peter said earlier, there is no escaping technology. You must not only have an interest, but you may need to get some level of training so you can get comfortable in that space, because it impacts everyone across every single industry. Now, I'm not expecting, of course, that someone fresh out of the university is going to have all the knowledge and expertise we require, but all we want is the right attitude and the right willingness level of, we say we hire for attitude, not aptitude, because it is critical that someone has the right attitude to learn, and there is no end to learning, professors, you can attest. There is no end to learning. So every single opportunity you can get to change how you look at your future, which industry should you play in, the gaps that George is talking about, the gaps we experience even as KCB. Right now, the technology business, the digital financial services business, we have huge gaps in product people, technology people. It's very distressing, and my worry is that I don't want us to fill it with people from outside the country, and yet we have Kenyans here who are ready to work.
Thank you. I think you've been very honest. I want to ask John, I have to say a story about IBM. We brought IBM research here. They couldn't get local engineers, and so we had to talk to Strathmore, which responded very quickly, and Georgia Tech to train 25 engineers to run the lab locally. They also have some resources which I want him to discuss, because I refer all my students into your space. Can you brag around about the things that you do?
Thank you, Professor. Before I respond to the question that you asked, let me also just, because what I realize many times is people are not familiar with IBM. When I say, he mentioned IBM, but as a company, we're not a company that is out in the let's say retail space. So IBM is a technology company, a global technology company, and our business is primarily on a business-to-business model. So we power the Safaricoms, the KCBs, 10 of the top global banks, 7 of the top 10 airlines. That's the business that we are in. This year in June, we'll be celebrating 111 years of the company's existence. So we are an old technology business. Innovation is at the heart of IBM. Think about all these years of innovation. This is really what has enabled us to exist over these years. So this is a very exciting space talking to our student audience, because in Kenya, I think now we are recognized as a hub for talent. In the last few weeks, we've had a lot of international players setting up. As Professor mentioned, we have been here, actually this year will be 10 years of setting up the IBM Research Center here in Kenya. And IBM Research is, let me just talk a little bit about IBM Research. So IBM Research is the R&D unit within IBM, maybe the largest technology research organization globally. If I'm to brag, so for the 28th year in a row, IBM has been recognized in terms of the highest number of patents. So last year, I think it was 8,682,000 patents that we've put out, technology patents. So we're operating at that kind of scale, that level. A few months ago, we were criticized on social media. We were calling for internships at the research lab, and the requirement was PhD. So, people wondering, why are you calling for internships and you're asking for PhD level? But remember, this is an international industrial research center. So we're doing really high-level research. We're looking at technology, not now, but in the next 10 years. And that's the level of skill that we are looking at. But we do not stop there and say, okay, we cannot operate and we're only looking for resources from outside. So we said, let's work with the local ecosystem and help in, and that's really part of the mandate of having a research center in Kenya, is let us grow our research capacity to the level where we are now able to participate at a global level. And I'm happy to say over this 10-year period, those software engineers who came in at that time are doing work that is recognized globally. I mean, in terms of those patents that I'm mentioning that are being used by IBM, these are patents that have also been generated by researchers or software engineers who are Kenyan and who are local. So that is the kind of skill that at that time we were talking about it, and we are continuing to grow. My responsibility in IBM is to work with the educational ecosystem. So, and the reason why we do this is because we believe in working with the partners to really grow that capacity. So, many times people talk about the distinction between academia and industry, but we say, okay, let's work to bridge that gap. What do we do as IBM? We then make available all this technology that we produce and sell to all these big commercial clients and give them to the students. So all the students at University of Nairobi and any other university for that matter, we give you all this technology at no charge for you to use for your innovation and your research and skills development. And the reason why we do this, I mean, from a commercial perspective, yes, you can say from a selfish perspective, we would like to grow the pipeline that will come to work in IBM research or in the IBM business, right? But more than that, we would also like the students who graduate to go and work for our customers, the Safaricoms and KCBs and so on. And more importantly, we also want the faculty to be using the latest technologies when they are carrying out their work of research and innovation to also make use of that and to contribute. To respond to the question that I think you had asked one of the colleagues before, one thing we would also encourage, in as much as we invite, we're developing capacity that's going to go to the market, we would also invite our faculty to also think about, let me not call them internships, but to spend some of their time to consider industry fellowships. So the faculty members who are training and teaching to go out, spend, I don't know, maybe a year or so, and just immerse yourself into the problems that the industry is trying to address, and then when you come back, you're also then able to channel that to the student. I believe when we close that loop, then we are also developing a pipeline that will not only feed the industry, but also enable the faculty to make sure that they're putting the right skills for those who are coming out of the system. Let me stop for there. Thank you.
I think, John, you said the right thing. I can see the private sector taking notes. And we are very lucky that our DVC academic is here, that you can give us 1 year to go and stay at Safaricom and see what they need. Then we come fresh to train. Dr. Mwansa, you are head of this innovation. Now you are outside. What are the gaps you have seen? What are the things you regret we should have done as academia, from the academia side?
Thanks very much, Prof. When you were PS, I came to your office. That's many years ago. And I was a young faculty member in University of Nairobi. And so and you asked a question about why University of Nairobi was not doing certain things. And my answer was, I don't know why the university is not doing such things. And then you went further and asked me, who exactly is that? Then I said, maybe the Vice Chancellor. And then you corrected me and said, you are the University of Nairobi. I will never forget that experience because it changed my attitude about everything I have done since then. I realized that I was the University of Nairobi, as junior as I was in that faculty. And that's how we started Nairobi Innovation Week until now. And I really took charge. And then I was asked recently to join government. And so I'm doing this thing of going out for a little while and come back and start a government agency on innovation. So it's called the Kenya National Innovation Agency. I reported in September 2020, I was the only one. Now we've grown upwards of 40 or so people. And we've prioritized two issues. One, strengthening the commercialization infrastructure of our institutions. I've gone to Cambridge, Calro, Isipe universities. I've gone all over the place. There will be files and files of prototypes, but hardly a market that really impacts people. That's one issue. And it has a lot to do with how our institutions are structured from policy, practice, and culture, incentives, and so on and so forth. The second thing we've prioritized is the startup movement. And strengthening a startup movement has a lot to do with incubation programs, how well they are designed in a sustainable and scalable manner. We can have innovation hubs, not a problem, but the proper incubation process in order for a little tiny idea to be carried forward until it's mature is the second issue. So for me, there are four things in a way that I think to answer your question. And we've designed the Kenya Innovation Week that will be culminating all the Innovation Week efforts at the end of the year. And we did the one last year, 6th to the 8th of December, and we'll do 6th to the 8th of December this year. And we will see that as a culmination of all our innovation efforts. But I'll point four things. The first one, skills. I can afford to speak from outside now, right? So the skills that we've just talked about in terms of how we are adapting to the quickly evolving market environment, I think in the academic setting, I think we're not moving as fast. And that also has a lot to do with how well does academic connect with industry. If I were to sample right now, how many of us have been to a private sector event in the last 1 month? I barely get one person raising up their hand. Thank you. So it's countable. But how will we know the need unless we are going there? Question, big question. So skills is one thing, and there's a very broad conversation there. I think the second one is the embracing of technology and driving that technology from a faculty perspective and then diffusing into the students. The third is the spirit of commercialization. Having ideas, and I keep saying it all the time, fall in love with problems, not ideas. Having a deep internalization of the problems and immersing ourselves into truly understanding the actual challenges we face, and then thinking through our design thinking, user-centered design methodologies, problem-based learning, moving towards solution. I feel that there is not a strong commercialization mindset. I ask a simple question. How many of us have an appreciation of intellectual property exploitation? If you ask students, roughly, on average, probably not many. In China, they will tell you at elementary school, you will take a course on IP. Not because you're going to create an IP, but at least you have the mindset. And then that way it becomes part of your DNA. When we hear students saying, I lost an idea to so-and-so company, X, Y, and Z, I go, well, but if you were not wired to protect the idea properly, why would we blame the system for stealing it? It's also more the commercialization mindset. And finally, is building for startups. You see, the DNA of the university, in my view, should be more and more how do you build enterprises out of students and out of faculty. When I was still a faculty member, now 2 years gone, I remember 2 of my first-class students coming to me and say, we want to build a startup. And they did, and for sure they're very successful. When I look back, a typical first-class student thinks about getting a scholarship and becoming a professor. Well, I asked those 2 students, why did you do that? Why did you think like that? They said, we realized that we are smart enough that we can tackle the process of building an enterprise. And I said, I bless you and I support you. And they are doing very well. So the DNA of the university needs to be strengthened more and more into build for enterprises. Just wire yourself to do that, and let's get the support you can. And then finally, in terms of the support system with universities to build enterprises out of students, I like the idea of establishing incubation hubs and innovation hubs. And Prof, before you leave your office as DVC, make sure you have a strong incubation hub and a technology transfer program. Because then you have the support mechanism. If today I were to ask a student who has graduated out there and doing very well in terms of their startup, then I ask them, how did the university support you? Neither here nor there. Thank you.
Thank you for being very honest. While they are thinking, the president of students is here. If you can't attend here to know what the industry wants, I can't see students. What can we do to get them interested?
Thank you again for this opportunity, even though I was hoping that I will not have to address this, but to be frank, we have a problem with the young people, a problem of interest and curiosity and agility. And during the break, I got involved with Mr. Paul and Mr. Andrew, and they were telling us, you know, we are looking and we are coming to you and searching instead of you coming to us and searching even when we bring it. And I think if we look into the generation that you're addressing, there is more of the things that interest. There is more of maybe we should have used influencers for such an event, or we would have used other more interesting things. I agree, but I would also like to ask the question, what is this about? Is it about you laughing, and is it about you giggling all the time and you having fun and taking pictures, or is it about something as serious as building a career? We will not always laugh in the boardroom. If today you become a manager, or you're taken into Safaricom to be a tech person, how is your day going to look like? Are you always going to get in the office and then you want someone, you want maybe Njugush to always make you laugh? You're going to get into work. It's about what you are willing to do, and if we are going to have to fall in love with problems, like you said, we have to know areas of which we can find these problems. Sometimes you have to find a problem for you to be able to solve it, and for you to be able to get solutions which can give you a career. So yes, it's it's on our part that we need to mobilize students more and to educate them on the need to attend such forums. But I would also like to encourage, I believe there are some students watching virtually, because some of them are home, some of them are in campuses that are not here. And I would like to encourage them that should you get this forum, break a leg and come here. Because you never know. I mean, we keep asking ourselves, why are the firms now taking students from other universities? But Mr. Paul has just told me that if he was in Strathmore right now, the auditorium would be full. And I feel embarrassed for my own people. But this is not to discourage anyone. As the University of Nairobi Council, for the next 1 year, we are committed to creating agility, and we are committed to making students come back and to encourage them that these things actually do work. And I assure you for the Safaricom that by end of this year, majority of the student or the majority of the people you'll be taking for the graduate programs will be University of Nairobi students. But also I have gotten reports that they're watching virtually. So as we are trying to get some to come, let's continue, but we are together.
I asked because Paul is seated here and looking at our behavior. So persuade him. Now, we want to move slightly. I want to ask Professor Hutchinson, as we stay seated here, the cameras are still on us. then she would call on someone and then we proceed.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a great moderation. At this juncture, I will allow my panelists to still sit a little bit, because what we are going to hear is very much making it practical, making it happen in 2022. Allow me to invite Dr. Bimal Nakantaria, the CEO of Elgon Kenya, to come and tell us about this Elgon Kenya University of Nairobi partnership, making it real, making it happen. Thank you.
Five minutes. I will finish in 5 minutes, very quickly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to our peers from youth, various panelists, and chair of the session. My name is Bimal Kantaria. As Professor Hutchinson said, I'm the managing director of a company called Elgon Kenya Limited. We do agriculture inputs. We've been around since 1898, Bwana peers. The company started by my great-grandfather and always been in this country. I'm the fourth generation in my company, and the company is growing and getting stronger. We're in 5 different countries around East African region and doing roughly the same stuff of supporting the Kenyan farmer. I've been told to keep it real, so I will. We're talking about innovation. So when innovation in real company sense is the heartbeat of any organization's growth. There's saying either you innovate or you die, and that is quite true, particularly in these extremely fast-moving times when information flows and decision-making is done 24/7. So if you're not innovating and you're not moving ahead of everybody else, you can be in real trouble. You can have different views on innovation. I looked at 3 in particular. I said, one is the physical or the digital innovation we all know about. We know about mobile phones. We know about internet. We know how, we can, using the web, things can move quite quickly. And that's an easy one to look at. And we've all, as I'm sure as individuals, been quite active on social media and all that. So that's one part of digital. I know Safaricom is here and obviously the market leaders in that subject. But I want to digress a little bit away from it and say, how does digital affect my business? So a couple of years ago, because we were in so many different countries, we had to come to an interesting platform which is cloud-based. We use SAP. Some of you know the program SAP ERP package, where we are now completely as a company on the cloud, and we can access our information in any part of the world. Even sitting on the beach in Mombasa, I can access my company information, and the company performs. Even sitting down here, I was able to see what my company is doing right now and make decisions online. There's physical innovation, how to innovate new products. If you look at agriculture, whether you like it or not, this country, 2/3 of the economy is agriculture-based or agro-processing-based, and it's incredibly fast-moving. Some of you may know, I know PS comes from Narok. PS, there are farms in your area where they have $1 million combine harvester which works only on GPS. In fact, you don't even need a person on that machine. It can do the whole farm, 10,000 acres, just by somebody programming that machine, and it cost $1 million. That's how fast innovation is happening in this country. And then you have another scale where there's obviously domestic farming or small-scale farming, which is again innovating very quickly. You came to my stall a few minutes ago and you saw what I was doing with the small farmer. You asked a lot of questions about drip irrigation. So a few years ago, as a company, we decided we were very much focused on large commercial farmers, the Naivasha farmers, the horticulture and floriculture farmers. But I was missing the bulk of my customer base. There's 3 million small farmers in this country. We weren't targeting them at all. So about 5 or 7 years ago, we said, let's focus on the small-scale farmer. Let's open our business up. So we had to reinvent the company. We had to innovate. We had to bring new products in. We brought in small packs. We brought in drip irrigation. We now manufacture drip irrigation as a company. And we had to reinvent the whole distribution network. How do we get my product, my small chemical, to every single farmer in this country at the village level? So we've had to be really creative. And I can proudly say, for instance, my Tabiti fertilizer, I must be supplying, every fifth farmer must be using my fertilizer today. We've had to really reinvent the company and innovate. And it's been successful. So my core business, which is the large commercial farming, that's been extremely good. It's been growing. But I've added 50% extra growth to my company by just targeting the small farmer. Innovation is where the secret is. Innovation is where the key is, and bringing new products and ideas to the market and new processes. So we've grown the company. The pie has become bigger just by us having new ideas in the system. Again, I'm trying to keep it as real as possible. I know some of you are going to graduate soon. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about what we're doing with the Nairobi University innovation. So for me, it was more of a psychological barrier. I was retransforming myself, Professor, as you know. And I've said this story a couple of times to you and to Professor Kiama. A lot of you graduates have come to my office, and we did the interview with you, and I think the lady from KCB mentioned, you guys are extremely book smart. You can't beat Kenyan universities, particularly Nairobi universities, when it comes to knowledge. When you graduate from the universities, you will know everything technically. You'll know from the book how to do it correctly. But very few of you have hands-on knowledge or what's happening in the market. And I said to myself, either I sit back in my office and complain on Twitter that nothing's happening in this country and blame the government for every problem in this world, or I get off my back and do something about it. So I approached Professor Keynote, and I approached Professor Kimani and Professor Kimenju, and I said to them, how is a company, mine is not a particularly big company, when you compare yourselves with the Safaricoms and KCBs of this world, mine is a medium company. I said, how do we change the paradigm? And when I approached the university, I said, why don't I take the step of setting up an Agriculture Innovation and Technology Center? And Professor Kiama, I don't know if you all know him personally, but that man's a visionary. He's very fast. And very quickly we drove down to Kebeti campus, and he identified a site. And we now have a very strong technical committee chaired by Professor Kimenju, and my company, we've got a team of architects from Beglin Works, a very famous architect company. And we've now designed the center. In fact, yesterday, Professor Hutchins, the drawings have now been approved and the plans are ready for implementation. I think we're just waiting for Professor Kiama to sign it off. The center is going to cost us 40 million shillings, and it's part of my CSR. We're going to donate the center to the university, and we're going to fund it. And before anybody says anything about what my motives are purely CSR. I don't intend to make profit from this one, but I think it's important to give back to the country, particularly to the youth of the future. So we're going to make the center, we're going to donate to the university. Of course, university land is theirs, and the center will be run by the university, so they obviously have a big financial commitment as well. But I think this is going to be the place where we bridge the gap between what we're talking about today and reality on the ground, where my friend from KCB and Safaricom keep talking about. Where is the bridge? Where do we connect the youth, the students, and private sector? And I'm hoping that this center will bring in innovation and ideas from our side to the university students, and from the students to us. I keep hearing lots of stuff today as well in the morning when I was having coffee with some of your professors. They have these amazing ideas. We talked about mangoes outside, but none of this has been commercialized. It's sitting in somebody's drawer. It's ideas sitting in one of your heads, in your students' heads, but it's not being commercialized. How do you make profit from it? And I'm hoping that this center will bring private sector companies like myself, Cooper Kenya, there's the Caterpillar, tractor people, drones is a big subject now. How do we bring all of these people to come and showcase what they do, and then you tell them what's in your mind? So somehow we can bridge the gap between academia and private sector. And I'm pretty sure this sort of hub is going to be a really interesting place, and I know my friend, the director here from the Innovation Center, Tony, you're going to be part of this, I hope. You seem like a really switched on guy, so I'm hoping that you will somehow with Professor link in with us. I see IBM is smiling here, but IBM is very important as well. You need to link on with us. You have to put money and time. KCB, Safaricom. 2/3 of your customers, whether you like it or not, are in agriculture. So whether you want to know it or not, you have to play the game. You have to be in agriculture, and really is an important part. And I know KCB has a very big lending portfolio and could be better, by the way, to agriculture. So we really need partners like yourself to be part of this innovation center. If you can transform these minds, imagine the future of your companies, right? So I'm offering on behalf of Professor Hutchinson and Professor Kiama, for companies like yours to come and partner with us. I know PS looks very excited. He's a calm man, but he's smiling inside saying, well done, Elgin, Kenya, this is the way to go. And then the other one that was interesting, which I also thought was lacking, was graduates come out of universities, and the first thing an employer asks is, have you had any practical experience in a private company? And most of you will say no, or have a little bit. And it's a big gap between us and students. So I said, why don't we, as a company, employ 20 graduate interns every single year, every single 6 months, which we did. We launched the program last month in Professor Kiama's boardroom upstairs, and I think PS Muya was there, and Madam Ruth Kagea from State House was there, and we launched together with Professor Hutchinson. And those 20 interns, PS, are now in my company right now. They joined us about 3 weeks ago. We gave them so we gave them a week's training, and the last sort of week, 10 days, they've been actually in the field with my staff, and we're training them hands-on. And PS, you met one of the ladies outside. She was in my stall. The young lady who was talking to you was actually one of the interns who is working in my company. But you see how smart she was, right? I mean, the way she talked to you confidently and without any nerves, that's what a Nairobi University student is. And, we should be very proud of the kids who are coming out from this university. So I hope it's going to work. For us, it's work in progress. It's not free labor. We're going to pay, we are paying the students 25,000 shillings monthly salaries. I hope that will cover their expenses. But that's not important. The important thing is we give them some training, hands-on experience on how to work in a company, discipline, get up in the morning, come to work exactly at 7:30 in the morning. You better be there or we'll deduct your salary. All these things are important, discipline, right? Work the whole day and go home and feel proud of what you did. So I hope some of these life skills are also going to be taught to the kids. And at the end of the 6 months, some of them will obviously join my company, and some will hopefully find decent jobs and better jobs than mine. So this is where what do you say, get it real? I'm trying to get it real by saying we can actually do it. We can sit here and talk, or we can complain on Twitter that government is not doing it. But I think companies like mine, KCB, Safaricom, IBMs of this world, you're all doing it, I know, and I think we can all do it together. So thank you very much indeed for inviting me. I really wish you much success in this Innovation Week, and good luck to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Will come and sit here with us, please. Thank you. Asante sana. I think it deserves a better clap than that. We have had a great man in as our moderator. I want to ambush him a little bit and ask him whether it is true that he's going to be an ambassador in Belgium and what he is taking, because the University of Nairobi has been a mentor in the higher education sector and also going out there into the government and everything. So, Professor Bitambo, what is that one thing that you are taking to the international community from the University of Nairobi? As I call Paul Kasimu to come and give us a 10-minute high pitch for the master plan on employability in the digital stage, age and future skills. Professor Bitanga, you've been an amazing mentor for many. Tell us what you're going to take out there. We'll miss you, but I think with now internet, we can talk. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. If I survive past September, I can do a lot more. What probably most people don't know, I was one of the expert panels in the development of the EU AI principles. Now they are working on AI laws. The first attack I had on the student leader is that the profession of law is going to change because of AI. If you see what George are doing from Safaricom, they are utilizing AI very extensively. Lending on the platforms, algorithms are working. KCP is moving into algorithms. The question is that what if an algorithm has a bias which nobody sees? It would cause chaos throughout. So the moment this was announced here, some of the people who are congratulating me are the people we worked with in EU. And this is, you are welcome so that we can work as a team to help Africa begin to understand the impact of these emerging technologies. So because usually when you talk to former ambassadors and ask them, what is your role, what do you do as an ambassador, there is one sentence they say, you just learn on how to lie about your country. So I am not going to follow that myself. I'm going to pick one area that would assist both the university and the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. So on behalf of this great team, I want to thank our moderator, Professor Bitagendemo. I want to thank George from Safaricom. Honorable Charles Sunkuli, our PS, Caroline Mukira, General Manager IBM, representing her, Tony Omwanza, our own CEO, who will make one statement. But I think from what I hear, my heartbeat tells me that we need to declare, you know, in the university they say publish or perish, but we are saying innovate or perish. As University Dawn, as a student, as a Kenyan, innovate or perish. That was what I was hearing, that this is very urgent, this is the time, this is the place. So I'll allow Tony to make one statement, and then after that my panel can go down, and then we'll have just a 5-minute, 10-minute conversation from Paul Kasimo as we catch up on our time. I think we are doing very well. So you will wait a little bit so that Tony can say a statement, and then you will come. Thank you very much. Do you have a mic, or I give you this one?
I could use this one. Sorry to really disrupt a little bit, but you know, I spent a little bit of time in university, so I understand the university dynamics and challenges. And then I've spent a little bit of time in government, and while in university I did a little bit of private sector kind of work. When I try to project 10 years down the road, and by virtue of the role that I serve, the mission statement of Kenya National Innovation Agency is to develop and manage a national dynamic innovation system that facilitates taking ideas to market. I sleep over that mission statement. And while I try to build this institution, I ask myself, what would 10 years look like in the context of innovation in the country? And I think about universities. The challenges you've just described about demand, skills, and so on and so forth. Then I look at the trends of funding of universities, all right? And because you need funding in order to do that foundation, to build and have all the tools that you need and so forth, I see a little bit of a danger sign. That there's a big threat about how we might look down the road. And this is the message I would have for IBM, for Safaricom, for KCB. The university is going to need private sector in order to thrive and deliver on her mandate. There is no question about it. And if we stand outside and challenge some of the things that we see in terms of output, we are part of the solution. And in my best way, I think about it, because I don't see government investing more and more heavily. I see private sector being able to do that. And I see that the solution is let's dig in deeper. Sponsoring events like Innovation Week is amazing. Sponsoring a hackathon is amazing. But one of the greatest things we must do is to strengthen the institutional systems for innovation in a sustainable way. That way, 10 years down the road, we don't have anxiety about what's going to come out. These are our universities. They don't belong to somebody else. It's our universities. And we have to dig in deeper and support a lot more in form of what? Programs like incubation and innovation hubs. Thank you.
Sana, thank you very much. Yeah, we could have said much more, but I think we are running out of time. Yeah, because I think even when you look at the government supporting the universities, they'll give you the workload, and every university will do a timetable for teaching. Nobody does any timetable for research. So it's just left to individuals. So I did some data last year, only 4.1% of the university academia were doing research as PIs. So we are in a serious crisis as universities. Very little research is going on, and they will tell you publish or perish. They will tell you the workload is this. So we are very busy doing timetables for teaching, but nobody for research. So the partnership is actually needed urgently now. But as I said, Tony said, this is our country, this is our university, this is our destiny as a people. So again, I can see he's burning. Do you want to say something as we go down?
DVC is here, we would be in chaos if we don't plan.
If we don't give him an opportunity.
If we don't plan for CBC.
It's true.
Because the mindset is different, and the mindset of lecturers is different. You will be just solving disputes outside here.
Professor Ogengo, do you want to make a statement, my brother, by my other mother? As the Deputy Vice Chancellor in terms of academic affairs, we've touched a bit about curriculum, about this. That is your baby, that's your docket. Do you want to make a statement even where you are?
I'm not the one who did that, it's her.
Okay. He's ever ready.
It's okay. My dear friends, partners, and my dear students, I can only say I'm excited. This issue of data science, there will be some curriculum with your involvement ready in the next 3 months. And I would be calling upon you and requesting you at the same time to consider sponsoring some form of summer school on this matter, so that students can take some modular courses over 3 months or so, those who are interested, and they come out, we begin to prepare for it. 1,000 scholarships ready, my students.
Yes.
Direct on the floor.
When I got frustrated with Omwansa School, I talked to some group to issue, they are going to educate 1 million Africans in data science, and they were going to use foreign universities. So if you start the program, because I am involved, I would say 10,000 of those scholarships come here.
Excellent. And with regard to your last comment, Professor Ndemo, CBC, I am leading a small team that commences the preparations for that CBC when he's with us in 2029. We will be ready. We have started the preparations. Thank you very much.
Prof, as you, I mean, it's quite scaring to say that research take a back seat in the university. I think the universities, particularly this one, need a deep dive. A thorough discussion on how to enhance research, because without research, we cannot go forward. Yeah.
I'll wait.
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus, Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join us as we catalyze a movement of innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem in higher education sector in Kenya and beyond. This year event will be a fusion of innovation shapers in industry, academia, policymakers, funders, students and the general public. Safaricom and University of Nairobi partners to drive socio-economic.
I remember several decades ago, I came here for my induction when I was joining University of Nairobi, and I was doing economics, sociology, and then obviously thereafter I left and joined actually several industries. But I was asked today to just give you a snippet on employability and future skills. And as I sit here, I'm asking myself, what would it take just to say one or two things? I sit in a university council, and actually I chair the talent committee. And if you ask me what are we suffering from, I'll say three things. If we can equip our people with mindset, skill set, and tool set, just three things: mindset, skill set, and tool set. For those of you who are listening, and I'm told there are many listening, Melvin, that is really very diplomatic. You should join Professor in his diplomacy. One of the things that I normally remind my team, and we, as Peter said, first we have said we want to be a purpose-led technology company. 6,000 employees. George spoke to, in the last, so I've been there for 5 years. In the last 18 months, I've recruited over 500 graduates, technology graduates. I'll tell you, the last 2 weeks, I got the first cut of 30 discovered trainees. I'll not say how many came from University of Nairobi. But one thing is very consistent: mindset, skill set, tool sets. And the question I have for you, University First, is how much of that is being influenced at the moment? Professor Kiama spoke to 3 things: knowledge, skills, and research. And that's absolutely perfect. But one of the things, and I chaired the Institute of HR Management for like 10 years and got the act in place. And the one thing that I've seen consistently is the disconnect that exists. I think there's more talk now. I think there is hope, but I think it is not fast enough, which is why we are here today. I think there's a lot of lip service. I see a lot of officialdom. In the morning, this hall was full. People left. And those are the guys actually who look for jobs. And I look at it and I say, that's number one. Angela spoke to attitude. I tell people I hire for attitude and train for aptitude. Show me your learning agility and then I will engage with you. But like a priest, when I preach, even if it's one converted, I think that's good enough. You don't have to convert the whole multitude. Let me speak to about 3 things. And first is just about the generational industrial revolutions. So the first one was in the 1700s or 1800s, which was the very first one, the steam engine and mechanization. Then later we saw more of the 20th century, there was a mass production division of labor. Taylor was one big one when I was doing both my economics and sociology. Information age came in, which was the computer age, and now we are in the digital age. We have about 5 generations in the workplace, and I will add a 6th. There's a traditional generation which was more of before the baby boomer, the silent generation, which has been there. They were born up to 1946. Some of them are chairmen of organizations. But then the baby boomers came in, Generation X, millennials, and now we have the gig society, which is what we are looking at. But there's another generation I define as the perennials. And perennials are those who reinvent themselves, those who become relevant irrespective of what the situation is. But some statistics that I thought I would share with you briefly. Did you know that more than 1 billion jobs will be transformed by tech in 10 years? More than 1 billion jobs will be transformed by technology. 50% of employees need reskilling, and that's one of the things I've done with my team. One of them is the gentleman who took you through the first bit on what we are doing, the 9 skills. And we've done about 3 cohorts of about 60 to 90 actually. And of the 300, George will tell you, we have placed 95% of them in new roles. And we are looking at how do you build proficiency. So I think that's one thing that you need to have in mind, and especially those of you present or watching. The point is 20% shortfall in workers is being forecast by 2030. 20%. Prof spoke to this. We have an unemployment in a situation where we can't fill some jobs. Chinua Achebe wrote and said, water, water everywhere, and not a drop to take. That's how I describe the current skills bit. I think the bit about the recruitment challenges, we are finding 75% of all organizations say they can't get the right people. Yet, when I go to the village, I'll meet a beeline of people saying, my son, my daughter. I think we got it wrong in a certain period, and I don't want to say when the water started, the rain started beating us. When we killed the mid-level kind of skill development technology institutes, the TVETs, I think that's a welcome piece. When you hear Elgon speaking, Mr. Kandari, I say, you don't need knowledge, you need skills in your bit. And I think that's where we lost most of it. But I'm not here to judge the system. And by the way, when you drive, you don't look back, you look forward. So it's to say, your day starts when you wake up. We've woken up, let's see whether we can deliver something in our time. And that's how the future will judge us very harshly. I think I'll speak to two things and then I'll sit down. What we are looking for at the moment, if you asked me, is how we can then, and I like this, in my strategy, so we've said Safaricom in the next 3 years, we want to be a purpose-led technology company. Two things. Purpose, because we believe purpose and people before profit is our mantra, it's our DNA. And we would want to then say, how do we then look for like-minded organizations? It doesn't have to be a big organization. Prof is in the board, and we were talking about skills. I think there was a talk around, if you look at the hubs that are being set up here, we have about 3 coming in. And one of the players, and I will not say who, set up opposite my people. So it was very hard for my people not to see a brand coming in. So now, if I'm going to go into talent war, I know the war for talent was won by talent, not organizations. Talent will go. And it's not a prize war. So what we've now said is that we want to train for the industry as Safaricom, as part of our purpose. And I've put in my contract this year, I would want to have 1,000 Kenyans fully equipped to compete in the industry, which is fintech. So we will be now, and Peter did talk about that. And I don't want to preempt this, but later this month we would want to launch that and look for organizations that can provide support. And we want to do it in about 4 stages. One is partner in curriculum. I think that has been said. Professor Hutchinson said that quite heavily. 2 is about what you talked about, the internships. Actually, before internship is mentorship. I'm more than happy to provide that. Then we go to mentorships. Then we go to internships. And then hackathons, because part of what George was speaking and Andrew here is we want to provide the Innovation Week, everything we have to grow the skills beyond knowledge. And if we can partner, so we will be reaching out to all of you, including corporate, and see how we can make this a reality. You don't have to be a software engineer to do some of these things, is my bit. Let me come to the end of it, and I'll say, you saw earlier on the skills that are emerging. Industry ready will mean AI and machine learning is a big thing. We are seeing more of that, rightly so, because the new resource that we have, Prof will tell us, is information. So data, you mine it, and we'll share with you later in the week. We'll share how data can start even going beyond prescriptive, descriptive, diagnostic, to more predictive and prescriptive, and obviously AI as an analytics. Internet of Things, big data and analytics, data scientists, I can't get enough. We are looking for that, and we are saying, why can't we partner? So when I hear Kenya Institute of Innovation speaking, I say, let's go for it. We started a hub, technology hub, innovation hub, and we looked for big data scientists and big thinkers. And we are saying, where are the universities? Why can't you stand to be counted? And it doesn't have to be in the street where you're singing and partying. It is creating your future. I think we're seeing cybersecurity as a big thing, cloud computing, but fintech is where we want to even look for people who can help us grow the future. Robotics and process automation. So there are big things. We'll come back and we'll engage with you. I think the big thing that I'm finding lacking, knowledge is there, but when you look at the craft levels, the skill levels, certification levels, when we call upon you to help us is beyond associate, practitioner to more professional and experts. We'll be talking to you more. But in the meantime, I will say, and I will remind you, especially the youth in the hall, mindset, skill set, tool set will differentiate you from the rest. Thank you for your attention.
Just come here. There is something else for you. So let's appreciate him further. Thank you very much. I would like the technical team to give us mic here. There will be a Q&A session, and I've asked Andrew to come and take us through that Q&A briefly, and then we can go for lunch, just briefly, so that our students can actually understand when he talks about the skill set, when you talk about the mindset, the attitudes. You need to break that down to us, because we are actually packaging the youth for the industry. Thank you. Andrew, take it up, 1 or 2 questions, and then we can finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So we are going to the Q&A section, and I'll just reiterate. I'd like to reiterate some of the things Paul has spoken about, especially the Industrial Revolution. When you think about, we've come from 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we are talking about 5, but I think we'll be short of numbers. So we are talking about Industry X now. Industry X just means now we are back to humanity. How does technology come and integrate seamlessly with humanity? So you might have heard something called the metaverse, which is simply, and if you're thinking about future careers, it's how you seamlessly integrate your physical and also the digital world. So at this point, I know we've had many sessions from morning until now, and we've had Paul. So we are going to take a few questions, either from online or from yourselves. And as you heard, Paul is the chief person to look for if you want to get employment at Safaricom. So please feel free to engage, and maybe I can put your chairperson on the spot. You can actually start. Please encourage your students to ask the questions. I just want you to ask one powerful question, and maybe we'll take 2 more from the panel. Okay, before you go, there is one question there. Yep. So tell us your name, what you're studying, perhaps what your passion is, and then ask your question. Yep.
Because of proactivity, let me move close to where I can be seen. You know, you mentioned it's important to be proactive.
And for agility, talk, yes, as you're walking, talk.
Yes. Exactly. So my name is Innovator Jefferson. I graduated from the School of Engineering. I did a Bachelor in Science, Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to address this congregation. So my question goes to Paul. You talked about mindset, skill set, and tool set. And we've heard a lot about artificial intelligence. So we've had a lot of digital transformation. But one thing I haven't had is emotional intelligence, how to create an enabling environment for all of these things to thrive. So Safaricom has been voted the best employer a couple of years running. What are the policies in place? What is the culture in place that enables this growth mindset, this upskilling mindset, and this appreciation of skill sets, so that other companies can borrow, and as well as students, we can begin to position ourselves in those environments. So thank you so much.
All right, so Jefferson, that's a great question. Let me first say, when I talk of mindset, what we are looking for is the can-do. Somebody said, I think it was about where you look at problems as an opportunity. And it's just how you're wired. The worst thing I find in Kenyans, and let me stand here, I think this would be better. And you feel the questions. I tell people that Africans never die of natural causes. It's always the neighbor who has bewitched them. And the victim mentality is one that has kind of messed most of us. And that mindset then is, for instance, when there's an innovation week and there are players coming in, what is the prevailing mindset in the university? I find the DVC is more concerned about it than you are. And I say, why are the bereaved not crying? The others, neighbors, are the ones crying more than the bereaved. And I think that's the first thing about, maybe it is how we've brought up you as our kids. But speaking about the combination of mindset, skill set, tool set, is about how do you, in your journey, start picking some of those as you go along. Let me speak about what we've done, because you've asked about the culture we do. First, we believe in the spirit. Peter spoke about the spirit of Safaricom. 4 components, I'll remind you. Customer obsession, purpose, collaboration, and innovation. When we say customer obsession, then we are saying everything, customer is at the front and center of everything we do. Purpose is who we are, and we are led by the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, where we say purpose, people before profit, is what has kept us going. Now, when you look at collaboration, is where we get it done all together. And then finally, it's also around how we fail forward. We've just introduced Agile ways of working. Agile is about setting up teams that are around solving a problem or an outcome. And I've simplified it to a point of fault. But it's where you have teams that are empowered, they are autonomous, self-managing, and they deliver. Now, that is the culture we've tried to build at Safaricom, which is why, if you asked me, I think we are setting up ourselves for future play. And you know what? Before I joined here, I had 6 years running HR at EABL. And we had about 7 markets that were there. And it was different from the 5 years I ran HR at Kenya Airways, or the many that I ran in Barclays. And what I found consistent, anybody working in any organization comes from a home. So the home is the first unit where some of us wake up, some go to the university, others go somewhere else. So the bit about mindset is a big one. And as an executive and career coach also, one of the things that I'm looking at is to say, what would it take? Let's not point fingers. The fact that you're not here, you're telling us something. So what we need to do to help you come and fit. So when you come to Safaricom, I'll tell you we hire for the DNA. And you talked about emotional intelligence, and then I'll sit down. One thing that we've now introduced is looking for potential. There are 2 ways of looking at talent. And I'll give you just 2 because I've used 2 different tool sets. One is about judgment. This is analytical rigor. Drive, where you get it from within, not externally. So your purpose should be the one driving you. And influence, how do you influence? Is it push or pull? I call it JDI. So judgment, drive, influence. But the one that has now emerged is what we are calling learning agility. And I've had learning agility used severally, but it has 5 components. The first is about mental agility. And mental agility is about curiosity. It's about what Melvin was. We were having bits, and there's a cameraman, I can't see him. And he's like, can I have a moment with you? That's curiosity. So mental curiosity is one part of learning agility. The second is results agility. And results agility is people who go over and above, deliver consistently without failing. The third is change agility. People who can survive in a VUCA world, so volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. The fourth is about people agility. People who can get along with anybody at any level. You don't have to look for my badge to engage with me. That's a problem we have. We rate people by who are you, not how do I connect with you. And that profiling is what you find most people fail miserably. Underpinning mental agility, results agility, change agility, people agility is self-awareness and self-management. That is emotional intelligence. When I give my lectures, I talk about emotional intelligence is personal competence and social competence. Personal competence is self-awareness and self-management. Social competence is knowing others and managing others. Thank you.
I think you can clap for him. Maybe we'll take one more, and before...
2 more on the next.
2 more. So, and...
Be brief in the answers.
Yes, and what Paul has described, we've actually set up our booth. So after this session, please visit our booth, because that's where we're going to expound much more on what Paul has touched on. And we'd like to engage you, even including in follow-ups from here. So let's have one more. Yeah. Let's have the mic there. Where's the microphone? So what we'll do, we'll just take all three questions and then we wrap it up from there.
Okay, thank you. My name is Grace Kamau, and I'm a third-year student of petroleum engineering at the University of Nairobi. My question is very simple. As you mentioned, some of your competitors are setting up base literally opposite you. And Nairobi is a silicon savannah. It's the growing African silicon savannah. So what is stopping industries such like Safaricom and companies as yourself from not demanding perhaps a degree or any form of qualification to hire students or to hire, let me say, young people? Yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Teresa Karimi. I'm a geologist from Chiroma, also a debate president in the University of Nairobi, and my question is, how are you creating safe spaces in order to reach out to different youths out here for them to secure employment? Are you like looking for people to employ in terms of their field of study? Because I'm a scientist, but I do well in corporate communication. So how do we go about that? Thank you.
Let's take the last one.
The last one? Yeah.
Hi guys, I'm not a student, but I feel like I need to speak on their behalf. My name is Samuel Kamochu. I'm a software engineer and a telecoms engineer too. Used to work in Safaricom. I think the conversations that have been held today have been very exciting, and I see an opportunity. I know George here, Angela from KCB, and even the faculty members, we all know that you guys have a demand that you cannot meet. And Paul, I know you agree with me. There are many things that you'd like to do in Safaricom, but you cannot meet the demand. And I'm seeing young guys here who are looking for something to do. I know there is mindset, tool set, skill set, but it will only work if we give them a platform to come and work on those things. Because if you allow them to work on ideas and they struggle with commercialization, then that pulls them back. But if they come and fix that issue in KCB, and all you're trying to do is to train them on delivery, I believe that could work. Probably I would like you to comment on the same.
And I agree with you, but they need to be present, not absent. So you see people present, I see some empty seats. So I have the mic. So what I would say is, you're absolutely right. What I see is, again, the partnership. An opportunity like this is one. This hall should be to the brim. Why? We have big brains here. So if they can't trust their DVC, who am I to speak? I don't know, the Bible was quoted earlier on. So if they can't listen to the prophets, how will they listen to anybody else? Because we are saying we have created that opportunity. But there's also the other bigger piece. I didn't say this, but the future of work is what I call WWW. Work has changed. Workplace has become a workspace. And the workforce has been transformed. So there are gig workers who we work with. What I didn't tell you is that out of the 6,000 we have, George will tell you, we have another, perhaps a third of that working independently. People come as agency workers, we partner with them, some convert later to be our employees, but we grow them. I think we are telling the stories, but I don't think people are hearing as hard. And when you get a mic, then look at the opportunity. I normally say, look at what is missing, not what is wrong. So I would say absolutely right. A geologist can still work as a data scientist. That has been proven. I remember 30 years ago, I was managing graduate trainees at Barclays. And I got one chap who was an aeronautical engineer, masters from Cranfield. And I asked him, what the hell are you doing here? And he said, you know what? I'm passionate about banking. I want to be here. And I said, when I give people career advice, I say, follow 2 criteria. 1, what are you passionate about? 2, what are you good at? Where those 2 meet, you have a perfect bet. 15, 20 years later, he knocked at Kenya Airways, and he became one of our fleet managers, and he was now using his banking skills and his training to become something bigger. We don't necessarily insist on degrees now. You ask the question and somebody is distracting you and I'm answering you now. So what we have done is, when you look at the skills I call out, we have taken 30 machine learning graduates, IoT, which is the Internet of Things, and the cloud, the computing. We don't ask for a degree. We put you through. First, we do hours online, and then later you're given tasks to complete. If you do it, we employ you. Again, experience can be gotten from anywhere. Look for it, including church, including in your home, including appearing for events like this. Thank you, and do have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Paul. A big hand for Paul. You can take your seat. So I can allow George to tackle one question on competitors. Where's the mic on the ground? Yeah, just give George before we wrap up this session.
Good, thank you. I think it's fantastic, and I think Tony will agree that we have competitors coming. But I think it will not add value. I'll speak authentically. If competitors are coming to take from KCB, Safaricom, that's not what it's about. We have too many people unemployed, and unfortunately some of the big companies come and they're just poaching around from startups. I think what we need to do is to expand the job market. So even as competitors come, how are we working then with universities, with other institutions, as you've spoken about? And we will give, I had people making commitments, and Professor is still on our board. We will give you the environments to experiment. But as Paul said, I think it's important to be present. And we will work with your universities, with Kenya and others, to actually give you that space. We need insights on data science. It will not come from our 100 data scientists alone. It will come through research. It will come through you and how you apply. The winning team in our just completed FinTech Innovation Week was interns. And they won a trip to Dubai and some money. Some of them didn't even have a passport. But as we sat and judged with Paul and others, we were like, we need more of this. What had we given them? We had given them the platform. We had given them a broad brief of challenges. And they've come up with a product that you will be soon seeing on the Safaricom app and M-Pesa app, interns. Now, if a group of 6 interns can do that, what can we do if we talk about 100,000, 600,000 people doing it? So I think as Safaricom, we are a local company and we are here to stay. So we are going to create the platforms, we're going to have the partnerships, and we're going to also give you the problems and the opportunities to participate in transforming lives in this country. Thank you.
Thanks, George. A hand for him. So I'd like to close this morning session. It's been an engaging session right from the time we started. I think on the last piece where we are talking about the digital skills, now I'll connect it with innovation. Innovation, usually there's a phrase, innovation could take you where you've never been before. While I appreciate there is the organic transformation, which means, let's say if you walk barefoot, you invent a shoe, you're still walking. There's also what you call adjacencies, where you can now start doing a flying car or a drone and you hang to it and you move to it. But there's a transformational piece, which is what you can say, what we do not know. Do we know if you could plant maize or anything in mass in the next 30 years? Now, innovation spans all those particular facets. And when you talk about skills like Internet of Things, well, what's the next thing after Internet of Things? It's something called Internet of Everything. Maybe after that there'll be Internet of Nothing, who knows? But that space is actually up for grabs for someone who can stay behind and innovate. And that's what we are coming to do this week. I know Dr. Tony spoke a lot about commercialization. We need to take those products to the market. But ultimately, the mindset, the same one that gives you perhaps the platform to come and work for a company like Safaricom, it's the same mindset that will help you to transform the rest of Africa. So it's been an amazing session, and we'll break for lunch now. We'll be coming back at 2:30. So at 2:30 we have exciting masterclass sessions. So what we've said for this Innovation Week, we want to do more of the masterclasses so that we can impart knowledge, real actionable knowledge. And if you have time, we have innovators across in the new building, seated on 4th floor, and they are hacking on real ideas. And there is a small incentive you are giving them, but I think the message is, what challenge, what problem are you solving, as was said earlier on? So the first masterclass will be on fintech and investments for SME and innovators by Robert Abojani. That will start at 2:30. So this will help us to see how do you handle finances as an SME and an innovator? How do you move towards commercialization of the idea? Then Samuel Kamochu, he's actually right here with us. He'll be talking to us from 3:30 about startups and local technology industries. We can actually start manufacturing the Internet of Everything in Kenya. When you talk about wearables, so I do have my phone here, but the future really is wearable tech, which means even my coat here becomes my working tool because it's a wearable. I can get my information, I can communicate with the outside world, I can have some Googles that immediately connect me to my work environment, and I can be here physically present but virtually managing the whole world. We could create the metaverse, and those are the things Samuel Kamochu will be telling us through an exciting program he'll be running. And throughout the week, even tomorrow, we'll have more masterclasses. We'll have one talking about big data and AI. There's one tomorrow which will be talking about academia research. Then on the final day, we'll be celebrating the team that has been hacking. I understand there are 3 particular cohorts. That's the students, faculty, and also now the team participating in the hackathon, including external members. So exciting and looking forward. Thank you. I'll hand back to Prof. Keynote to allow us to go for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, let's appreciate Andrew again. Yeah, I wanted him to tell us what is in the afternoon, and I want to particularly appeal to the students. The kind of guest speakers we have brought are from the industry, so that they can engage academia, that is the students, with what is actually happening in the industry. So the master classes that we have actually lined up for you will be exciting, driven by the industry. What we are saying, we want to cross this gap between academia and the industry, so that when we churn out our graduates, the industry have open arms to receive our graduates directly for employment without having again to go and invest a lot of money to skill them again. And that's why with Safaricom, I'll tell you, University of Nairobi is a big brand. We have partnered with another big brand, Safaricom. If I ask the young student here where they want to work in the future, I ask that always in my class, and the first corporate organization, especially in Kenya, they would like to work for is Safaricom. Other names comes up, Coca-Cola. The journey of partnering with the industry, and particularly with the big brand, have started here. We are also saying we are going to retool our curriculum. We will be collaborating with them to bring in those, those industry wisdom and nuggets
which probably academia, when we teach you straight, we may not be knowing what is happening directly in the industry to connect ourselves with the industry. I want, it's already this afternoon, to thank you most sincerely for your patience, but you don't want to miss the master class this afternoon. As we break for lunch, let's clap for ourselves for a job well done. Thank you. And now we can go for lunch and join again here to...
The 6th edition of Nairobi Innovation Week, organized by University of Nairobi, is happening from 26th to 28th April 2022 at the main campus Great Court. This year, Nairobi Innovation Week is themed Innovation for Transformation and Impact in the Society. Join